Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Rare Cat Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku learns the world isn't fair when he's 4, after he is diagnosed quirkless when his quirk fails to come in. The year afterward would be one full of disappointments and pain. The sound of quick footsteps echoes through the forest that early morning, an excited humming rhythm in the air. It's been a little over a year since that disastrous trek over the river. Kakin, I got my quirk, look. A young child's voice rings through the air, bright and loud. About time, nerd. It better not be sheet, Deku. A blonde child, flanked by 2 others, stands in the forest. Running towards them from across the field is a boy with messy green hair, curling and bouncing with each step. He skids to a stop in front of the 3 and points to his head, at the new, twitching appendages. 2 small cat ears sit atop his head of the calico breed, and they flick about as the forest breathes. A small tail curls around the child's waist, of similar appearance. Small patches of multicolored fur stand out on the boy as he awkwardly yet excitedly rubs his arm. The cat-like boy, once excited, grows nervous as the silence continues. The explosive blonde looks over the green-haired child with a blank face, although he appears to be getting angrier the longer time goes on. Is that it? The blonde asks, voice tense and angry. His hands pop in an unconscious show of anger. The smaller boy slightly recoils. I can, hear better and smell and, His voice gets quieter the longer he goes on until he stops talking completely. A crackling boom tears through the silence, throwing the boy back as the blonde begins yelling. Shitty Deku. You'll always be useless, won't you? You're useless with a quirk and useless without but Kakin. An explosion cuts him off, this time causing the boy to fall back on the ground. The blonde stalks forward, palms crackling, and the slightly sweet smell of nitroglycerin filling the air. The 2 boys flanking the taller one stalk forward, surrounding the fallen boy. Shut up. Guess I'll have to teach you where your place is, Deku. Don't you dare try to forget it. The blonde dives forward, palms alight, savage grin wide, and pain fills the air. Izuku sighed, limping forward, rubbing his bruised and burned arm with an equally blemished hand. He looks at the singed fur and the skin showing through his stubby, useless tail and scowls. Angry tears fall down his face, soothing the now bare patches of skin where fur had been. Midoriya Izuku decides he doesn't like his quirk. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, cat, calico breed. Characteristics. Gives the user cat ears and a tail. Gives no enhancements to sight, taste, touch, or any improvement of reflexes. Patches of multicolored fur have grown randomly on the body in white, black, orange, brown, and the occasional gold. Fur is proven to regrow when burnt shaven, and at a startlingly fast rate. If there was one thing Izuku hated more than rewriting, ripped up notes or cleaning up his muddied clothes, it was hiding injuries from his mother. He had already gotten the hang of it from the short year of his believed quirklessness, but now, he doesn't think he's going to be losing said skill anytime soon. He feels so guilty lying to her, and every time he shabbily tries to cover up scratches and burns, he just wants to run out and tell her everything. But Izuku knows better than that. He's smarter than an average 5-year-old, and he's aware that his mom is too busy to have to deal with his problems as well. So Izuku covers up his arms, bandages his cuts, and smiles on the way out. She can't notice the difference if it's the only smile she sees, right? Midoriya Izuku relearned the world was unfair at 5, after his quirk manifested. The soaring relief and joy he felt at the time was quickly stamped out by all around him, whether it was intentional or not. Izuku knew the months to come would be just as bad as before, if not worse. Sometimes, Izuku can't help but wish he hadn't gotten a quirk. Maybe then, he wouldn't have to know that he'd be useless, no matter if he had a quirk or not. He wishes he hadn't lived both worlds. Izuku walked out of school, an hour after it had already let it out. Kakin decided to show him his place, and then the class put the entirety of cleaning duty onto him. The now 6-year-old very much wanted to go home and hug his very warm, very nice mother. Calls of useless and a useless quirk for a useless Deku, huh? Ring out in his brain as tears gather in his eyes, but his face scrunches up sourly, refusing to allow the tears to fall. As he walks, he passes the playground where he used to play with Kakin. He hears the familiar sound of explosions and makes a full stop. On the other side of the small park is a boy with purple hair, being cornered by Kakin and 2 other kids. Explosions crackle in the air and the sweet scent of nitroglycerin can be sensed from the other side of the park. As the future #1 hero, I can't let things like that slide. You should have learned your place before trying to act like a villain. Kakin's shouts ring across the park and Izuku finds himself flinching back from afar. The sound of chatter reaches his ears, and he finds himself turning, the purple-haired kid's face now visible. His face is set in a dull and bored expression as if he couldn't care less about what's going on, but his eyes are hidden from view. Izuku can't help but feel compelled to watch as the boy is knocked to the ground, spitting out an unheard remark. An angry shout comes from Kakin as he lets another explosion burst forward, and Izuku finds himself approaching the group. No, Kakin. That's not right. It's not what a hero does. Izuku's green meets the other's purple and all of a sudden Izuku is dashing forward towards the 4 kids. He grabs the other kid's arm and drags him forward, pulling him out of the playground and around the corner. He dashes down the block until he turns another corner, pulling the boy into a small alley. The faint sounds of explosions and screaming can be heard, but it doesn't seem like they'll follow, or at least that they can follow. Izuku breathes heavily, before turning back to the boy who is now staring at him warily and in bewilderment. Are you okay? I hope I didn't, hurt you when I did that, but I wasn't thinking very clearly, and my feet moved on their own, and I was just running towards you and clipped. Hey. Cuts through the beginning ramble. An apology slips out before Izuku can stop it, and Izuku looks back up at the boy, eyes meeting. The boy murmurs out an unintelligible question, before coughing slightly and speaking up. Why'd you help me? A simple question, really, but Izuku can't help but feel sad at the amount of fear the boy shows. He's just like me, huh? But your eyes were scared, then. It looked like you needed help. His face flushes, but his thoughts flash back to a blank face and scared eyes. What? But you had to have heard what that kid said. He called me a villain. Izuku stares into the boy's purple eyes, and he's always liked the color purple. It looks like space and magic and stars, he said before. He can see the confusion in the boy's eyes, but he can feel confusion pulling at himself too. What are you talking about? You can't be a villain, you're my age. And anyways, do you want to be a villain? Izuku rocks back and forth on his heels. What? Of course not. The purple boy gets angry at this, shoulders hiking up defensively. Then you can't be a villain. I'm Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Izuku's tail rises, waving slowly. His calico ears twitch, and he sees the boy's eyes flicker upward as if noticing them for the first time. Shinso Hitoshi, he gets out, confusedly. Izuku's tail bobs happily, and his face splits in a grin. In all honesty, Hitoshi isn't sure what he expected out of Midoriya Izuku. The first thing the Catboy had done was to grab his hand, rip him out of what was turning into quite the unpleasant experience, and then destroy his entire argument in an alleyway. Immediately afterward, he invited Hitoshi over to his house, where he destroyed any more assumptions and declared them best friends. It left Shinsu's head spinning, but he couldn't deny that he was happy. Only several months later, the two were inseparable. As it turned out, both were extremely well-versed hero nerds, and coincidentally, their expertise ranged over opposite spectrums of the hero world, causing both to learn even more about heroes. They were both determined to become heroes, and they worked towards it every day. Hitoshi learned not to talk or ask about Izuku's quirk, and Izuku was quick to cheer up Hitoshi and assure him of the heroic use of his quirk. Even if the other or both had a particularly bad day at school, they were usually able to cheer each other up quickly. The two grew incredibly close in a short time, and it could be said they were slightly dependent on each other. From the two playing heroes to comforting each other, it was always the two of them. They had been friends for a year already, and it was as if they had known each other since birth. And so, nothing could have prepared Izuku for when Hitoshi left. Hitoshi had mentioned it before, that he was in the foster system and that he didn't always stay in the same home sometimes, but it never occurred to Izuku that Hitoshi might leave one day. He didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. He'd been picked up directly from the first grade by his mother the day Hitoshi left so that she could deliver the news herself. Needless to say, Izuku's reaction wasn't well, and he quickly fell back to old habits. He barely left his room after getting home, and he rarely left the house unless necessary. Izuku couldn't even bring himself to act like his normal, peppy self, walking around in a daze nearly every day. If Izuku hadn't already been isolated before he met Hitoshi, he was now. He avoided his classmates at every turn he could, trying to avoid their stinging and harsh words, and trying to not let them see the tears prickling up at his eyes. Sad, lonely thoughts invaded his mind constantly, attacking him, reminding him that he'll never be anything more than a useless Deku, and without Hitoshi there to remain as a steady presence, comforting Izuku and reminding him of his worth, he quickly began to believe the constant insults spit at him. It was only a few weeks after Hitoshi left that it began. School had gotten out just minutes before, and Izuku had quickly made himself scarce. He dashed out of the building faster than the other kids could catch up, but he couldn't run away from his thoughts. They plagued him, constantly pressing down on him and causing Izuku to be on the edge of panic near constantly. Even if his surroundings had no connection to the purple-haired boy, Izuku couldn't stop his mind from latching onto his friend. What if Hitoshi wanted to leave? What if he thought Izuku was useless too and decided to leave instead? What if? Countless thoughts and whafts sent him spiraling, and Izuku choked on a sob, turning the nearest corner and sitting against an alleyway wall. His chest was heaving and he could barely make out anything over the pounding of his heart and the rushing in his ears. God, barely 10 minutes after school lets out, and I'm already breaking down the moment nobody's around. The stench of garbage filled Izuku's nose, making him nauseous, but he couldn't focus on anything past his spiraling thoughts and overflowing tears. A dull crash, like metal hitting the ground, thinly registered in his brain but went largely unnoticed. Nothing was making sense, and all Izuku could focus on was his mind-numbing panic. Everything else was foggy and unclear. A man stood to the side, but Izuku failed to notice him, his face pressed into his knees as he struggled to take a full breath. He couldn't register the man's muttering talk of things like, "You'll be worth at least enough to last till next week," and "Boy calicos are rare, aren't they? Wonder if they sell for anything." Izuku didn't hear any of it, but he did register the feeling of being suddenly grabbed and hauled upwards, and he especially noticed as he was being shoved into a makeshift bag made out of an emptied, but recently full, trash bag. The sudden movement snapped him out of his thoughts, but they only increased his panic. Izuku cried out, yelling as he was thrown around with no disregard. The bag was hastily tied closed and hefted around, checking the quality to determine if it would rip or not. Izuku couldn't help but tear up at the disgusting stench of trash surrounding him, and he cried out as the criminal dropped the bag onto the rough gravel, his head hitting the ground roughly. "Hey, shut up, would you?" An angry voice shouted, before Izuku was kicked roughly. Izuku went silent, sobbing as quietly as possible. "I'm being kidnapped. I'm gonna be taken and nobody will notice that a useless Deku like me is missing." He silently begged, he pleaded that a hero would come soon, but a slowly forming void in his chest told him it wasn't happening. Tears streamed down his face as the man picked up the bag, throwing Izuku into a wall of grime and dirt, a wretch pulling at his stomach. Izuku has no idea how long he was waiting inside that disgusting trash bag. No matter how long he waited, he couldn't even get used to the smell, and he got close vomiting multiple times. Every time he tried shifting around, the man just shook the bag, sending Izuku right back into the disgusting mess surrounding him. He was stuck in a constant panic as he struggled to not move, keeping his tail and ears pressed close against himself. It must have been hours, but as Izuku got to the point of fighting sleep, his kidnapper stopped walking abruptly, and the black vinyl walls around him stopped shifting with every rumbling step. A dull voice cut in, laced with authority. Izuku found himself perking up at the voice, despite his exhaustion. "Sir, Are you Hiroto Tabita? I'm going to have to ask to see the contents of that bag, sir. Izuku could feel his hopes stirring as the stranger spoke. This must be a hero. I can be saved. Izuku struggled to find purchase as he tried yelling out, but his voice was ragged and it hurt to speak, to the point that his cry for help only came out as a muffled sound. He kept moving around in the bag despite his voice, hoping for anything to call attention to the hero, but the angry man kept shaking the bag, forcing Izuku to struggle even more as he tumbled around inside the bag. The noises continued, but Izuku couldn't focus on what they were saying as he struggled to keep his balance and, more importantly, not vomit. The angry man's voice spiked in volume, and Izuku's eyes went wide as he was flung into the other side of the bag, his kidnapper presumably running away. A din of noises resounded around Izuku, but he couldn't make out anything in particular as he shifted and moved around wildly in panic, crying out as the bag jerked harshly. He could barely catch a breath, tears streaming down his face in the sudden panic. An earth-shattering scream hit Izuku's eardrums, only slightly muffled by the bag, and he cried out again. The bag hit the ground, and Izuku could hear the sounds of people yelling and fighting before all the noise stopped. Footsteps approached Izuku, and a whimper escaped his lips. The rustling of the bag could be heard, before light and air flooded Izuku's senses. Tears still pouring out, Izuku looked up at the blonde man who had just rescued him. Izuku isn't sure, but dissolves into tears regardless. Oh shit! The words slip out of Hisashi's mouth in a murmur, his eyes wide as he looks over the small crying child. The voice hero wasn't expecting to find a child in the black garbage bag, he expected to find drags or something. This is effed up on a whole different level. His mind snaps back in as the small child begins to cry, and he scoops him up, minding the tiny ears as he attempts to calm the child, patting his head softly. Grime sticks to the child's skin, as well as the small patches of multicolored fur covering his arms. Hisashi reigns in his anger as he keeps trying to wipe the grime and trash off of the boy as he cries in his arms. The sound of his partner calling the police filters in as he's calming the child, and he turns to the boy. He speaks in a quiet, easy voice as he speaks to the child. Hey there, little listener. Are you all right? The boy nods, tears slowing to a halt. Hisashi shoots him a beaming smile. Great. Can you tell me your name, kiddo? The boy looked up at him uneasily, before looking away, mumbling something out too quiet to hear. What was that? Ku, the boy mumbled out. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. It was at this time that Shoyuta walked over, the unconscious kidnapper being dragged behind him with his capture weapon. Hey, what's taking so long? He spoke short and quick. His eyes caught on Izuku, widened, and then looked toward the bag on the ground. There was a tiny yellow backpack left in the trash bag that had gone unnoticed. My backpack. Izuku mumbles sleepily, his ears twitching every so often. He looked exhausted, there was dirt and grime all over him, and he had multiple tear tracks down his face, not to mention the bruises. His short tail waved lazily, and a weird humming noise came from him every time the voice hero scratched his head. Shoyuta couldn't keep the grimace off his face as he picked up the small backpack, wiping some of the dirt away from it absently as he thought. Hey, Mike. Yeah, Sho. Hisashi whispered out, wiping the intense tear tracks off of Izuku's face. The elementary schools let out at around 3 o'clock, yeah? It was more difficult to keep the words from coming out in a growl than Shoyuta had expected. As far as I know, yeah. Why? Hisashi looked at Shoyuta, confused at the sudden anger. Wait, you don't think? Yeah. This kid's probably been stuck in that bag for the last 4 hours. The two heroes couldn't do anything except stand in their anger and disbelief. God, the sun had already set. What's his name? Shoyuta asks, voice quiet. Midoriya Izuku. I think he's around 5 or 6, based on his height. God, this is horrible, Shoyuta. Hisashi would have been screaming if not for the sleepy child attached to him. Aizawa's face scrunched at the scene. Well, at least we got here. It would have been worse if we didn't stop the guy. At that, Hisashi cries out, pulling Izuku closer. The kid had attached himself around the hero's neck, wrapping his arms around in a clunky hug, fumbling around support equipment. Izuku wakes slightly at the distress shown by the hero, and slightly lifts his head, looking upwards. Izuku mumbles a bit, a question on his mind as it slowly clears the events from earlier. Mr. Mike. A small voice makes itself known, and both heroes focus their attention on him. Huh, did Hisashi tell the kid who he was? Yeah, kiddo. Izuku asks hesitantly, voice soft and slightly warbling. Am I really gonna be sold? I don't want to do that. The two heroes stop at the question, faces paling before Hisashi continues. Now, why would you think that, little listener? Well, the man said earlier, when I was in the bag, I think, that I would probably sell for a lot, and I think he said I'm rare, and, Izuku trailed off, face red. He buried his face back into the hero, tiny tears forming at the corners of his eyes. His head bumped into the metal of the support equipment, but he didn't adjust or move away even as he let out a small cry. Shoyuta sighed and rubbed his face. Give him here. Are you sure? I mean it, give him here. You don't exactly want the kid hitting his head against metal every 2 seconds, do you? Give him here. He held his arms out loosely, his eyes heavy and tired. Hisashi scrambled and then handed over Izuku, the boy curling up when forced to let go, latching onto Shoyuta as soon as possible. Shoyuta begins carting his hand through the boy's hair in an effort to get him to relax, and the boy slowly released his tight hold on the man, allowing himself to slump against him. As time went on and the sound of sirens slowly approached, and the two stood by as 2 police cars arrived on the scene. The criminal, lying unconscious and beaten, on the ground was hauled into the nearby cruiser, while a detective stepped forward to the 2 heroes. Izuku could barely think as the men talked, the hands still carting through his hair doing well to calm him. He sighed out softly and drifted off, exhausted from the day's events. Izuku was being shaken slowly, resting on a soft surface. His hands dug into the fabric and a warm feeling emanated from around him. His eyes opened slowly, blinking long and low. He realized he was still holding on to the other hero, who he thinks might be Eraserhead, but he's too tired to let go. Too tired, huh? Also, you're right, kid. I am Eraserhead. A deep voice cuts in through his sleepy thoughts, and evidently his mumbling as well, breaking the rhythm and making his face flush red, although he is happy that he was correct. He lifts his head and looks around the room, realizing they're probably in a police station. There are 3 rows of desks in the room, a random pattern of empty and filled. Eraserhead and Izuku sit in a chair next to the end desk in the middle row. A door behind him opens and it startles him enough to let go and slide down, sitting on Eraserhead's knees. A man sits next to them and turns, and then blinks, seeing Izuku's open eyes. He smiles warmly, before turning back to his desk, shuffling papers around. We finally got in touch with his mother. Seems the woman was worried sick, almost looked like she was about to make us send a citywide search for the kid when I got in touch with her. Eraserhead grunts in acknowledgement and Izuku bounces in place at the thought of seeing his mother. Now, I see that someone is awake. Little Izuku, are you? My name is Tsukachi. I'm here to ask you some questions. Would you be alright with that? Izuku looks downwards, shrugging before saying, I guess so. Alright then. First, can you describe what you were doing beforehand? I was walking home. Okay, now then, can you describe what the man looked like? I didn't see him, but I heard his voice a lot. That's alright, Izuku. Would you be alright with describing what it was like before Present Mike and Eraserhead found you? He began to tear up as he spoke. It was dark, and it smelled bad and I couldn't breathe and I wanted to throw up, but I couldn't and I was really dizzy and I got thrown around a lot, and I think he dropped the bag a few times. Then there was another voice and I got thrown around a lot and there was a really loud scream and then it stopped and there was yelling, but I couldn't hear it very well. And then Mr. Mike opened the bag and it was safe. He curled up as he spoke, but at some point Eraserhead had started scratching his head again, and Izuku just kept talking. And he was nice and he wasn't loud and Mr. Eraserhead was nice and soft and they made me happy and it was nice, because I was stuck in there for so long. Izuku stopped speaking and wiped his face. He sighed and slumped downwards, mumbling, letting his mind wander. The detective seemed like he was done asking questions, and Mr. Eraserhead wasn't stopping him, and so he just mumbled until he fell over onto the hero, having been kept here since the kid wouldn't wake up. It was at this time that a door opened, and a very worried Midoriya Izuku entered the room. Izuku! The officer that was guiding her looks visibly surprised as the woman races over to her boy, kneeling down next to him and looking directly at him. She seems to look over him for several seconds before sighing and picking up the sleepy child. "Oh, Izuku, I was so worried. Are you all right, dear?" Izuku blinks several times, looking up at his mother, before he bursts into tears, burying his face into her as he speaks. "IW is so scared. Nobody WB is coming and he was so angry and it was so dark and He begins crying again, and Inko turns around, quieting him quickly and efficiently. She turns back to Tsukachi. "Is there anything else you need, or can I take Izuku home?" "Not at all, Ms. Midoriya. You're free to take him home." Tsukachi smiles at her warmly, before turning to Eraserhead. "Sorry about the holdup, Aizawa. You're free to go back to patrol. I think I'll just head home. Hisashi's probably already finished his patrol, anyways. It is 3 in the morning after all." Aizawa stands and stretches before turning to leave, a passing murmur of, "Took more out of me than I thought," catching the remaining adult's ears. Inko turns back to Tsukachi, a mumbling boy on her hip. "I can't thank you enough for getting my baby back. I just can't thank you enough, sir." She smiles before turning and walking away. Izuku mumbles all the way back, but the quiet of the night and the rocking motion made by his mother walking soon send him off into a dreamless sleep. Izuku wakes the next morning with bleary eyes, but a clearer mind. His recollection of the events have sharpened, including the criminal's words. He sits up and stares balefully at his tail lying by his side. Thoughts race through his head, too quick to catch, but one particular thought holds steady, an angry, hateful thought that sticks like a spider's web. "This would have never happened if you didn't have such a useless quirk," his mind whispers, loathing building towards all his useless instincts and additions. The only thing his quirk was good for was providing a reason to get beat up and giving Kaken an easy, and painful, hold on him. A pit drops in his stomach, and all the anger that was building quickly turns to lead. Izuku can't just blame this on his quirk. It's his fault he's so useless, not his quirks. Tears burn behind Izuku's eyes, and the edges of his vision blur, but they never fall. At the age of 7, Midoriya Izuku realized he was useless. Izuku tries to scramble back, but Kaken already has a painful hold on Izuku's curly hair. He whimpers as Kaken lets an explosion pop, directly next to his face. It's not close enough to hurt, but the heat rising from it reminds him that only a few inches separate him from pain. Bakugo has him cornered on the first floor of their elementary school, the front doors just barely out of sight. "Kaken, please." His voice trembles, and the words only serve to egg the blonde boy forwards. "What? You can't take it? That's funny since you said you were gonna be hero. What hero can't take a little heat?" Kaken taunts, bringing his palm closer to Izuku's head. The popping made by the explosions ring in his ears the closer Kaken's hand gets, but Izuku doesn't have the strength to stop the other 9-year-old. The searing heat made by the short bursts from the blonde's hands burns into Izuku's skin, burning away fur and hair. The slight ringing and bursting pain only grow as Kaken continues his torment, until he stops, having grown bored. "Teeth loser. Maybe some time alone will get you to realize you'll never beat me." Izuku's skin turns to ice as Kaken's words register through the pain, and he faintly recognizes the sound of a closet door being opened. Dust is kicked up as Izuku hits the ground, and the door closes, only leaving darkness and the sound of muffled laughter filtering in through the closet. A clicking noise indicates the door was locked, and Izuku throws himself at the handle. "I'll come back later, that if I even remember your wimpy butt." The final taunt is heard, and faint footsteps are heard leaving, but the only thing Izuku can think about is the oppressive darkness and the overwhelming smell of cleaning supplies surrounding him. He twists the doorknobs again and again, but it doesn't budge. He hits the wood with his fists, tears falling endlessly, pain twinging as soft skin hits rough wood, and Izuku sobs. He looks around, trying to peer through what limited light creeps through the door frame, but his quirk never allowed for enhanced eyesight, and another sob escapes his lips as he sinks to the ground, the darkness encroaching. He sobs again, and his tears won't stop falling. Izuku isn't sure how long he was in that closet, but he does know that eventually, at one point, the empty air around him became too much to handle, succumbing to unconsciousness. Izuku wakes to stale air and shuffling footsteps. He can feel the dried tear tracks on his face, and he scrubs at them until the sticky feeling goes away, leaving Izuku with red eyes and dusty fur. The footsteps walk closer, and the doorknob twists with a click. The door swings open, and light floods Izuku's vision, burning his eyes. Izuku squints up, past the bright lights, and looks at an unfamiliar face. The kid looks visibly surprised at the sight of Izuku, which means he isn't part of Izuku's class. "Are you okay?" The awkward question fills the air, but all Izuku can do is sigh and lift himself up, the ache in his bones deep and his muscles tired. "I'm fine." Izuku answers, "Thank you." Izuku trudges past the boy and leaves the school, avoiding alleys and darker corners along the way home. He's been kidnapped more times than he can count since the initial incident, just 3 years ago, and he's long since picked up the areas to avoid. It doesn't always work, but at least the heroes seem to come faster than before. He never ran into Present Mike or Eraserhead after the first time it happened, but he wishes he could so that he could thank them. Izuku reaches his house, walks inside, and meets the worried face of his mother. He mumbles out an excuse and is soon enveloped in a comforting hug. There's a glass of his milk set out on the counter and his favorite show on the TV. Izuku sometimes wishes he had more than just his mother, but she's pretty good at filling the gaps. Izuku bounced in place excitedly, taking in all the points about the fight in front of him. The villains seem to have a minor sharpening quirk, based off of how they continually picked up and threw surrounding rubble at the hero in front of them. The thrown rubble appears to glint in just the right light, and the small pieces littering the ground behind the two consistently had either a sharp-looking point or what appeared to be a flat blade. The hero, on the other hand, was rather new, and appeared to have a metal or shrapnel-controlling quirk. Tiny bits of metallic objects flew around the hero, occasionally darting forward towards the villain. It was fascinating. He couldn't keep his eyes from the scene. The 10-year-old realized the button of his shirt was about to become part of the shrapnel cloud and decided it would be best to leave the scene, time already running short. Izuku arrived at school, barely making it before the bell, and spent the rest of the day buried in his notebooks. After a quick escape from the prying eyes of Kaken, Izuku continued to spend the rest of the day analyzing and theorizing about the quirks around him and training his mind, looking through mountains of information. He may not be the strongest or the fastest, but he can always make up for it in smarts. Izuku was 10 years old when he realized that he was always going to be a target for villains, no matter what he did. It was only 3 months into the new school year, and he'd already been kidnapped far too many times to count, and Tsukachi had long since become a permanent figure at dinner time. He had long since been honing his analysis skills, but Izuku knew that he couldn't survive off of his brain alone. He needed an upper hand, an ace of sorts. Izuku began looking into sleight of hand, escape artists, lockpicking, and other trades. He learned how to escape from ropes and HNDCFFS, how to direct people's attention, and how to lie effortlessly and convincingly. He researched technology and how to make trackers, scrolled through endless support tech forums. He found solutions, and if he couldn't find a solution, he created one. With an almost manic energy, Izuku learned as much as possible, branching out to studies he would most likely never need as well. He barely took breaks, and barely slept, despite his instincts. The 10-year-old had an endless thirst for knowledge, and he had the world at his fingers. First, he needs a glass of milk, though. Izuku can't help but feel slighted while being kidnapped and thrown into the back of a van for the 4th time this month. The rope tying his hands behind his back digging into his wrists and the chafing of the rough cloth do nothing to help as the floor beneath him rumbles, and his body presses back against the door of the trailer. It's only just turning March, and yet it's already the 17th kidnapping of the year. Well, at least it's not as bad as when he was 10. Izuku wriggles around the back of the trailer, turning as much as possible until his back is seated against a wall, feet planted on the ground. The precautions set up for events like this should have already taken place, and it shouldn't be long before a chase begins. As shouts reach the inside of the van, Izuku feels the van speed up and braces himself against the wall, already shredding away at the rope wrapped around his wrists. It took longer than usual, but the van eventually stopped. The sound of sirens reverberated loudly against the outside. The door screeches open, and Izuku moves towards the opening as best he can, officers intercepting and bringing him the rest of the way. He's checked over for injuries in seconds and then sits in the open passenger seat of a certain car, a familiar detective making his way over. "Izuku, are you all right?" Tsukachi asks, harried and worried. Izuku can't understand why he gets so worried every single time he gets kidnapped, but he won't deny that the thought is not comforting to say the least. "Tsukachi-san, I promise, I'm fine. Just a little tired, that's all." "You know how these things go," the man slumps in relief, before hugging the boy tightly. He tends to get a little worried, but that's to be expected when your pseudo-not actually adopted son gets kidnapped on the regular. Izuku rolls his sore shoulders and rubs at the red skin of his wrists. They certainly didn't go easy on the rope when tying him up. He might have to wear some bracelets for the next few days. At least the tracker is finally working. I spent ages on that thing, and it took forever to get it small enough that people usually don't bother removing it. He looks over at the bell tied around his tail, a small antenna poking out through the holes in the bell. "It really was a great help when you made that thing, Izuku. I can't count how many times we've been scrambling to find you. You basically have your own alarm at this point." Tsukachi sighs and smiles awkwardly. "Let's get you home already. Your mother must still be worried. I have your brand of milk in the car." Izuku smiles tiredly. "Thanks, Dad." "Huh. And nothing." "Nothing at all." Face red, Izuku hurriedly turned and walked towards Tsukachi's car, the man following behind, a warm smile on his face. Izuku rushes forwards, pushing through the thick crowd of people. He listens to the chatter of the surrounding people, picking out information from the ongoing conversations. He breaks through the front, his bell ringing, and spots the sight of the newest villain, a purse snatcher who got freaked out and ended up reacting violently. The gigantified human is swatting around at a rather new, but quickly rising hero, Kamui Woods. Izuku's grin slightly dips at the sight of the popular hero, noting the lack of efficiency and the drawn-out fight, but he still watches every move with a sharp eye. He's struck from his observations by the debut of a new hero, proclaiming herself Mount Lady, who quickly takes the credit. She introduces herself and then poses in what's probably supposed to be a flattering way, as well as causing more property damage than anyone else on the street. Izuku looks up at his watch and runs off, his eyes wide. "I'm late." A cliché thought, but a thought nonetheless. "I have to be the unluckiest person in the world," he thought as the teacher threw every single career form in the air. All the students burst out in excitement at the thought of becoming heroes. 3. "Don't compare me to these wimps." There it is. Kaken's regular speech about how superior he is. Izuku tunes out the rest of Kaken's endless boasting, having heard the words 1,000 times already, but the rest of the class hangs onto every syllable like Kaken is speaking the gospel. The teacher interrupts Kaken's exposition with a short but dooming, "Midoriya, you want to go to UA as well, don't you?" The class stares at the frozen form of Izuku, before bursting out in raucous laughter at the thought of it. The class explodes in mocking remarks as they laugh at the silent figure sitting in the middle of the room. Shame pulls at Izuku's face, but he tries not to let his expression change. "I get it. I'm useless. It's not like I need you all to rub it in every day." Izuku's ears curl flat against his head and his short tail is winded up tightly against his body. He turns his gaze towards his desk in an attempt to ignore them, but a violent explosion sends him flying back as Kaken pounds his desk, palms alight. "Eat sheet, Deku." Kaken stalks forward angrily, a cruel grin covering his face. "Forget having a useless quirk. You're completely useless no matter what. Where do you get off putting yourself on the same level as me?" Panic races through him as Kaken's palms spark with a show of power and intimidation, the feat ingrained into him. "Well, Deku, answer me." His voice drips with venom and cuts like a sharpened blade. You're so useless, you'll probably end up getting killed before you even make it there, anyway. The class joins Kaken in his stance while Izuku lays on the floor. Whispers of useless echoes distantly until the teacher calls everyone back to their seats before any more time is lost for homeroom. A sharp glance is thrown towards Izuku, only making him feel more miserable. He heaves himself up and sits back down in his seat. He doesn't look up for the rest of the day, hunched over his journal. The bell rings and Izuku packs up his stuff quickly, hoping to avoid another confrontation like earlier. His rush out the door is stopped quickly by a scalding hold on his tail, and a hiss escapes his mouth as tears form at the burn. Despite all the abuse his tail and ears have sustained over the years, they always heal back to normal, not even getting thicker skin or anything. If there's one part of his quirk that he's thankful for, it's the lack of visible injuries or scars that he knows mars the skin underneath the fur. Hey! The angry but flat voice cuts through his psyche, cold dread filling his core. A firm yank sends him stumbling back, and the added weight of his backpack makes it too hard to adjust, forcing Izuku to crash onto the floor, a chair digging into his back as he falls into it. His eyes automatically rise to Kaken, who stares down at him with a clear threat shining in his gaze. We're not done yet, Deku. Kaken's hand slides off of Izuku's tail, and Izuku feels him take the bell with him. What's with this stupid bell anyways? He shakes it lightly, a small tingling noise heard. What? You want someone to finally notice you? A sharp, cruel bark of laughter erupts from the blonde as he slams his hands together, blowing up the disguise tracker. Hey! Frustrated tears pool in Izuku's eyes as the cruelty continues. Those things aren't easy to replace. Bakugo huffs before throwing the bell on the ground, grinding it with his shoe. He steps forward, leaning down as he places a hand on Izuku's shoulder, directly next to his neck. His eyes are closed, and his face is set in an expression of mock friendliness. The hand on Izuku's shoulder burns, and the uniform beneath it smolders, the heat being felt through the clothing as Izuku shudders. You're pathetic, Death. Don't even bother trying for UA. There's no way they'd even consider trash. The hand leaves his shoulder and the smoldering stops, but Izuku can't stop from shuddering. His eyes follow Kaken as they leave. The sound of the door sliding cuts through Izuku's mind, and he stares at Kaken, who's glancing over his shoulder. Honestly, Death, all you ever do is make things worse. If you really want to be a hero and help us. Izuku can't stop himself from staring straight at Kaken, confused. Why don't you do us all a favor and go take a swan dive off the roof? Maybe, if you hope for it enough, you might get a better quirk in your next life. Izuku's veins turn to ice as his stomach drops. There's no way he wouldn't. Izuku's eyes drop to the floor as the three leave, the door sliding shut with a final thud. He slumps down, his mind buzzing, and slowly curls into himself. Angry sobs rack through his body as his frame shudders violently. The smell of nitroglycerin lingering on his uniform sends him further into his spiral, and the chair supporting him falls over, his breathing no longer constant. Izuku doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. What did he do wrong? Why was it always him? Why was it always his fault? Doesn't Kaken know what could happen? Does he care at all? If only I wasn't so weak. If only I wasn't so annoying. If only I wasn't so useless. It takes what feels like hours for Izuku to calm down, and when he's finally able to get back up, he sees that only 20 minutes have passed. His thoughts still feel like they're going to spin into a vortex, but the feeling is lessened when he looks over at the crushed tracker. His eyes widen and he quickly sends off a text to Tsukachi before he can jump to any conclusions. To Tsukachi-san. Hey, just in case you're panicking, I just had an accident and broke the tracker, nothing's wrong. From Tsukachi-san. Accident? Are you alright? To Tsukachi-san. Yeah, I was just messing around with it and accidentally dropped it as a car drove by and it crushed it. They'll have to fix it, but it shouldn't take long. From Tsukachi-san. Well, if you're sure. From Tsukachi-san. Don't forget, you can always call if you need anything, Izuku. To Tsukachi-san. Thanks, Tsukachi-san. Izuku pockets the phone, ignoring the typos and complimentary text that always came anytime he spelled Tsukachi-san's name with an honorific, and continues walking out of school, going under the short tunnel he always passes by. He barely gets halfway through when a disgusting smell drifts to his nose and a strange, almost wet sound comes from behind him. Lucky! A medium-sized disguise, just for me, a hair-raising voice echoes behind him, Izuku turning his head to make eye contact with huge eyes and teeth just as disgusting, revolting mud envelopes him. Izuku's eyes are wide as the villain moves its eyes around the liquid to stare down at him. Izuku scrabbles at the moving sewage, but there's nothing he can do as his face is enveloped, and suddenly he's 7 and he's stuck in a disgusting dark trash bag and surrounded by grime. His senses are overloaded with the suffocating smell of sewage and the wet sounds of the muck in the bag hitting itself as his kidnapper walks. Panic clouds his mind as his vision tunnels. Tears spring to his eyes as his breath is violently torn away, being replaced by disgusting sewage. Just as his vision starts growing black, a loud, metal sound erupts from the other side of the tunnel, and a loud voice emerges. "Be no fear, for I am here." Izuku feels his lungs fill with air and his vision blacks as he falls onto the concrete, his tail twisting in instinct. He's unconscious before he even hits the ground. Izuku wakes slowly to someone patting his cheek. His ear twitches as a disgusting feeling crawls up his throat and Izuku rolls over, vomiting out the last of the villain's quirk, before looking up. His throat hurts, his fur is caked with grime, and he feels all too shaken up. "Ah, you're awake? Good." The booming voice of All Might shocks Izuku speechless. The larger-than-life hero continues speaking as Izuku struggles to find his voice. "That must thank you. With your help, I've finally trapped the villain, to be taken into custody, right here." All Might pats a large bottle that sits precariously in his pocket, clearly full of the sludge. Izuku realizes what's going on, and stands up quickly, panicked. All Might. Of course, thank you for saving me." Izuku bows to the hero, facts about the man running through his head. "Of course. Now I must be going." Wait, he's leaving that quickly. But he didn't even ask me if I had any injuries or follow any type of standard protocol. Tsukachi-san would have a heart attack if he saw this. Wait. The bottles in his pocket won't last through the jump. Apologies. I must be going. The hero crouches down, and moments before he takes off, Izuku makes the dumbest decision of his life. What the? All Might all but shouts when he realizes Izuku's attached himself to the hero's leg. "Let go of me, young man." "I can't. If I do I'll die." Izuku can barely speak in the winds they're flying through. Soon enough, All Might lands on a rooftop building, and Izuku takes a moment. "I am so sorry. The bottles, and the J-jump, and I did want to ask you something, but..." All Might cuts him off. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the time, young man. I'm sure you can get down yourself." "What? He won't even hear me out." Please. I just need to ask you." Izuku steps forward, legs still shaky from the jump. "I have to know." "No. I need to go." "Can I become a hero, even if I have a useless quirk?" Izuku all but screams the question, wanting desperately to get it out, not noticing the steaming man in front of him. "I've always been made fun of, maybe not just because of my quirk, but I just can't help but want to save people like you. Even if my quirk is useless, do you think I might have a chana?" Izuku looks up, staring at the skeleton of a man where All Might just stood. The same clothes, the same scent, the same hair, even if it was different. There's no way this emaciated man could be All Might, but Izuku knows to at least trust his instincts. "All Might. Are you all right?" The hollow man sighs, before sitting down. "I'm fine. I've been like this for years. I suppose I might as well show you what happens to heroes if you've already seen my true form, but I'll ask that you don't go spreading this information." The man lowers a bony hand and lifts up his shirt, revealing a gruesome web of scar tissue, all originating out from his left side. "I got this in a villain fight 5 years ago. I lost my part of my lungs and stomach, and I can only manage around 3 hours of hero work a day before my body gives up on me. 5 years ago? The biggest thing I can remember was Toxic Chainsaw, but that wouldn't make any sense. You sure know your stuff, kid. But no, it wasn't him. I asked this fight to remain secret from the public. I ask you not to spread rumors about any of this. All Might sighs before standing back up, putting a hand on the railing behind him. His face is solemn as he breaks Izuku's dreams into pieces. A pro is always risking their life, every day. If you have a useless quirk, then it would be impossible to protect yourself from those with better quirks. I won't mock your dreams, but you need to be realistic, kid. Izuku doesn't know when he started looking down, or when the usual fragile smile made its way onto his face, but he knows that if he looks up and watches All Might leave, he might just shatter. Phrases drift into Izuku's mind, one at a time, leaving him feeling colder and colder. You need to be realistic. Completely useless no matter what. Why don't you do us all a favor and take a swan dive off the roof? Izuku isn't usually one for listening to Kaken's taunts, but the way he said it, with no regard for if Izuku would actually do it, it kinda speaks volumes about his life, doesn't it? Izuku slowly stumbles over to where All Might had stood at the railing, looking blankly at the skyline. His hands shake as he grasps the railing, body numb. He looks over at the empty streets and looks straight down at the pavement below. His mind is blank and he can feel himself leaning forward until his chest hits the railing. Blood rushes in his ears, and he feels oddly dizzy until a sharp buzzing knocks him out of his daze. Izuku slowly wrenches his phone out of his pocket, looking at the text. From Tsukachi-san. You doing alright, kiddo? Your location says you moved 2 blocks in several seconds and now you aren't moving at all. Izuku exhales a short huff and types back a quick, I'm okay. I have people who care about me, like Tsukachi-san and Mom, and I can't leave them alone, right? A distant boom breaks Izuku's thought process, and his head whips towards the sound. That's right, the bottles. He hopes that's a different, manageable villain and not the one who was suffocating him not too long ago, but Izuku knows his track record. He rips open the door of the roof and rushes down the stairs, headed for the crowd. Murmurs break from the crowd, constant gasps of, really? And poor kid, could be heard even on the fringes. As Izuku pushed through the crowd, he heard even more disheartening words. I heard they grabbed a middle schooler. None of the heroes can touch them. Wasn't All Might chasing this guy earlier? All Might's gonna show up. I can't wait. Izuku clasped a hand over his mouth, finally seeing the sludge villain. The kid he took hostage is constantly struggling, limbs moving in and out of the sludge as the villain holds back the kid, laughing the whole time. It's my fault. Izuku thinks, if I hadn't grabbed onto All Might, he wouldn't have dropped the bottles. I'm useless. Izuku tears up at the sight, barely remembering what it was like to be stuck in that grime as air left your lungs. Kaken frees his face from the sludge and looks directly into Izuku's, eyes filled with nothing but fear. And all of a sudden, Izuku is running. The heroes are calling out for him to come back, but they are either too busy with rescue efforts or don't bother moving forward. Izuku stares ahead, thinking desperately while running towards the villain. You again! It calls out angrily, but Izuku is too busy staring at the villain's eyes, slinging his backpack at the villain's face. The pile of sludge rears back, and Izuku rushes forward, dragging his bully forwards and out of the filth. Kaken gasps as he breaks the grime, before shouting, You! Why you? Almost as if he couldn't fathom it. I can't believe it either. I don't know, Kaken. My legs just moved on their own. Izuku pulls out a pencil from his pocket and stabs at the villain's mouth, piercing gums. The villain flinches again, but not as much. Izuku keeps pulling. It's just Dash. Your eyes were so scared. You little brat. The mud roars, liquid hands coming up to grab the boy. Don't get in my way. The shrieks of bystanders, civilian and hero alike, resound. A strong grip holds steady onto Izuku's arms as a booming voice echoes around the street. All Might rears back a fist in the midst of all the chaos. Detroit smash. The extreme punch decimates the villain as an immense wind is created. All Might grabs hold of Izuku and Kakin as the villain goes splattering out. As All Might stands, a light rain begins to pour and people begin to cheer. Izuku, for once, is happy to be in the water. He marches home, silent. After All Might blew away the villain, the rest of the heroes finished cleanup, gathering together the pieces of the villain. Kakin got pats on the back for his quirk and his bravery, and Izuku got reprimanded harshly, although there was nothing to charge the boy with since he didn't use a quirk. Just as Izuku turns the corner onto his block, a loud shout makes itself known. Deku! Catch! Bakuga marches up and stands face to face with Izuku, for once not getting physical. Don't think that this changes anything. You're still useless, and you didn't do anything except get in the way. I had that FNG thing handled. I don't need your shitty help and I never will. He marches off petulantly, grumbling away. Izuku sighs before turning back. Izuku probably would have muttered to himself, but at this point, All Might made himself known with a bloody rendition of his classic catchphrase. All Might, are you okay? Despite the man crushing his dreams, Izuku can't drudge up any hatred for the man. He's just doing his job, after all. I'm fine, my boy, this is normal. I suppose you're wondering why I'm here. Izuku cuts him off. You don't need to scold me, sir. The other heroes already did that. Scold you? No, my boy. I'm here to fix something. I made a mistake today, young man. One I would not have realized if not for your actions. But it was my fault. I wasted your time, and to bother you with my stupid question? But that's where you're wrong, my boy. Not only did you try to warn me about the bottles in the first place, I was too quick to judge you. You, a boy with a weak quirk, made a difference, rather than all the heroes. Izuku had already begun crying, and he couldn't help but think about all the times he'd been told no. His mind flashed back to all his mother's tearful apologies. There's something that all true heroes have said at one point in their life. Regardless of circumstance, most of their stories are linked by the phrase, "My body moved on its own before I could think." Do you understand what I'm saying, my boy? You can become a hero. Izuku fell to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Maybe I'm not so useless after all. Despite all the excitement of the past week, Izuku found himself still restless, filled with an anxious energy. After all, what do you do when you are not only offered to become All Might's successor, but also learn that you'll be inheriting a generations-old quirk that has been passed down for decades? Of course, Izuku accepted. After all, why wouldn't he? This is what he had been dreaming of, to finally be useful, and he'd have to be stupid not to accept it. He couldn't deny that it stung, thinking of the man who told him he couldn't be a hero with his useless quirk, but Izuku could understand why the man said it. If he tried to be a hero, he most likely would have died before he ever got a license. What Izuku didn't understand was why he was now standing at a trash-infested garbage dump of a beach. All Might? Why are we here? Izuku asks questioningly. All Might laughs in a deep voice, before proclaiming. To train, of course. Your body isn't ready for my quirk, after all. If you tried to use it now, your limbs would pop like balloons. All Might makes several grandiose gestures while speaking, but it does nothing more than make Izuku's terror grow. What the F dash? WHWH what? Pop. Thus, one for all gets stronger every time it's inherited, and your body isn't strong enough to withhold that power. Imagine trying to fit the entire ocean in a small glass. It would be crushed under the pressure. I see. So I need to do plenty of physical training in order for my body to handle the strain of even withholding all that power. Why the beach, though? I'd assume I'm going to be doing community service, based on how often All Might is credited to. Izuku's mumbling, although audible at first, had eventually grown into an unintelligible mess of statements. The boy speaking top quickly and too softly to be understood. Why, young Midoriya, please calm down. You are right about the beach, as just as any good hero knows their way around a fight, they also must know the importance of helping out a community. I've also printed out a detailed regimen and diet for you to follow, but if you have specific allergies, it would be good to know them. Well, they're all mostly tied to my quirk actually. I'm lactose intolerant, like most adult cats, so I drink a special brand of milk to not upset my stomach. It's the same with cocoa or chocolate too, since it's incredibly toxic for cats, but it's less for me since I'm only part cat that I don't share every allergy with cats, like how eating non-cat food tuna doesn't make me sick and stuff. I think that's all my allergies, but I could ask my mom later. Speaking of your quirk, what exactly is it, young Midoriya? I can tell it's a mutant-type quirk, but I know some give extra effects, while others don't. Izuku's face straightens and his expression blanks. It's called cat. It gives me a calico cat's ears, tail, and fur. Every once in a while I'll notice one of my senses has been enhanced, like how my sense of smell is better than when I was younger, but that's it. The fur regrows at an enhanced rate, and if my tail and ears have been damaged and the fur is gone, it's usually back by the next morning. It's a really slow-going quirk, though, like how some of my allergies didn't appear instantly. It took a while for most of the quirk to show up. Izuku brings his tail forward, grabbing loosely at the end. All Might somewhat stops at the lackluster and quite short description, but if how the boy asked about being a hero the other day, it's quite possible that he's had the idea shoved into him repeatedly. It sounds like a quirk with lots of potential, young Midoriya. Now then, we should get started quickly. Come on, no more wasting the day away. You might have a bit of a better physique than I had first thought, but that won't stop me from training you to the bone. All Might heads down the stairs, Izuku rushing after quickly. This is going to be a hellish 10 months, isn't it? Izuku wakes slowly to a sore body, wrists bound behind him, and a cramped, dark space. He sighs, before tugging on the bindings at his wrists. He can't move them at all, but his captors didn't bother to bind his ankles together or GG him, which is a plus at this point of his life. Izuku quickly maneuvers his wrists past his tail and underneath his feet, bringing them in front of him, before squirming, trying to drag his house keys out of his shorts. He can't move his hand enough to be able to saw at the bindings, so he grabs the key in his mouth, bringing his wrists up. It takes longer than he'd like, but once Izuku manages to slacken the ropes, he tugs the rest off with his teeth. With his arms free, Izuku feels around the roof of the small trunk, searching for the safety lever. God, I'm so glad all small cars come with these. The trunk pops open, and Izuku peeks out, seeing the unmoving road below him. He looks out through the crack, spotting what looks like a gas station. Izuku opens the trunk fully, climbing out cautiously, then straightening when nobody comes to check. He closes the trunk quietly, stares at the license plate for a solid minute, then creeps inside the gas station. See, can I use your phone? I can't find mine, and I need to make a call. The clerk startles, but quickly hands Izuku the store phone. Izuku punches in the police department's number and waits. 110, what's your emergency? Hey, it's me, Midoriya Izuku. It be possible to connect this call to Detective Tsukachi's office? Geez, kid, you were doing well before. We even had a bet going. Yeah, sure, it should pick up in a sec. Izuku mutters a quick thank you. Another click is heard, before the comforting voice of Tsukachi is heard. Hello? Who is it? Tsukachi-san. It's me. Surprise. You can probably guess why I'm calling like this. I believe I'm on the outskirts of Mizudafu right now. I'm at a gas station, and there's 7-Eleven directly across from it. Oh, that's why this store is so empty. When you come, do you think you could bring my phone? I probably need to make a call. Izuku, the man grumbles out. Izuku actually had been doing better recently with his kidnappings since he started frequenting the beach dump. He'd probably gotten jumped on his morning run or something. He'll have to start making less predictable routes. Well, you don't need to bother with the call. All Might's headed right your way. He freaked out and called me when he found your stuff on the road while walking. A rather loud thump is heard outside, along with the famous, I am here. Izuku, did you forget to tell him that you get kidnapped regularly? Or did you decide not to speak about it? Izuku sighs into the receiver. I mean, it did slip my mind at first, but afterwards, I kinda didn't want to tell him. W8. Do you know him, Tsukachi-san? Yeah, actually, we've been friends for years. I can probably guess why he's so worried about you, if what I'm thinking is correct, which also means Midoriya Izuku. I can't believe you weren't planning on telling either me or your mother about this. Izuku pulls the receiver away from his ears at the shout, Tsukachi still scolding Izuku as the sickly form of All Might enters the store. My boy! He grabs Izuku out of Tsukachi's tirade and pulls him into a quick, but surprisingly strong hug. You had me so worried. For a moment I thought that But, never mind that. I'm just glad you're safe. Izuku isn't sure how he feels. No, back up. Who's that you almost mentioned? The voice of Tsukachi comes in through the phone. Izuku? Izuku, are you there? Tsukachi-kun? All Might murmurs before grabbing the phone. Tsukachi-kun? Is that you? Tsukachi responds, apparently, and the two talk for a short while, leaving Izuku left in the dust, before Izuku looks over and realizes that the car he woke up in has driven off already. I need the phone. All Might hands over the phone, confused. Tsukachi-san, they drove away. I have their license plate number, but still. Alright, calm down, Izuku. I can send out word to be on the lookout, but there's not much else I can do. It isn't your fault, Izuku. If anything, it was mine, for scolding you for so long and then getting distracted. Tsukachi-san sighs, before continuing. You want to continue this at the station, or do you want to just tell me the plate number and be done with it? I'll come down. It's not good to break policy, anyways, even for me. Alright, kid. See ya in a few minutes. Stay safe. Izuku says goodbye and hangs up the phone. He turns to All Might before heading out the door. Station it is. The first time All Might finds Izuku asleep at the beach instead of training, it's because Izuku overworked himself to the point of collapse. After being quickly reprimanded by All Might and swearing to not overwork himself again, All Might assumes that he won't find Izuku asleep anymore. He is wrong. As time goes on, he finds Izuku asleep on the sand many more times. At first, he thinks it's due to Izuku continuing to overwork himself. It's only until after he learns of the kidnappings that the assumption is incorrect, as his longtime friend Tsukachi is quick to correct him. Izuku is part cat. What this means is that he can do anything a cat can do, but it also means he takes on many of the traits and behavior a normal house cat would have. Such as napping. All Might can't help but choke on his own blood, sputtering incoherently when he hears that Izuku is not collapsing or passing out, but rather, taking cat naps. Apparently, the allure of a warm, sandy beach is too much to resist, and Izuku will often nap wherever he deems suitable. Not only that, but it makes waking him incredibly difficult. Izuku will become incredibly hostile towards whoever woke him, regardless of how sleepy he may be. The hero can't help but laugh when he hears, even as Izuku rushes to assure All Might that he works during the night as well. This does not help his case. Izuku's face turns bright red as All Might continues laughing boisterously. Izuku heaves a heavy sigh of relief as he sets the broken microwave next to the dump truck, wiping sweat off of his forehead. It's been 6 months since the training began and 2 months since the kidnapping incident, which is a record at this point. Izuku steps towards the railing, staring out at the half-cleared beach. He's been getting steady progress done, but he feels he needs to pick up the pace if he ever wants a chance to even grasp one for all before the 10 months are up. Izuku takes a swig of water and continues, avoiding the cracks in the ground. A month later, Izuku finally stops, having cleared out a rather wide circle of space around him. He looks over to the horizon before looking to his right at the piles of trash. There's probably only about another month's worth left. Half a month if I go all out. Izuku huffs. He can go for another hour, right? Although gradual, Izuku realized just from recounting his day that Bakugo was leaving him alone. That's not to say that the other bullies don't still try to beat him up, but nowadays, Bakugo avoids any interaction with Izuku. If he does have to talk to him, he just insults him before ignoring Izuku completely. Izuku's never noticed before just how much Bakugo bullied him, but now, it's even more prominent, and he's grateful that Bakugo's finally started to ignore Izuku rather than seek him out. Currently, though, Izuku wishes that the rest of the school would get the hint. Backed up in the second-floor bathroom, his back against the wall, Izuku can't help but wish that the torment would stop, at least physically. The 3 boys crowd around him, all throwing out taunts and words they definitely wouldn't say around any authority, and Izuku tries his best to remember their names. If he's correct, Tanjiro is the one in front, Masakazu stands to his right, and Sugita stands to his left. Tanjiro has a quirk that lets him lengthen his fingers. Usually, Izuku sees him following Bakugo, but it seems that he finally realized they only follow him around because they think he'll be number one someday. Masakazu is from another class, but if Izuku is correct, he has the ability to control the bone structure in his hands. Sugita is also from another class, and has an emitter quirk that lets him spit flames out of his elbows? Maybe his eyes? Izuku isn't sure, but he does know that he is about as far away as he can get, which isn't much at all. Tanjiro quickly grabs Izuku with his lengthened fingers, dragging him closer while Masakazu creates a very spiky fist, the edges dulled, not enough to piece, but enough to sting. Sugita snaps his fingers and a flame appears, bringing it dangerously close to Izuku's tail. Izuku tries to bring his tail back, but burning hands grab onto the ends, the flame being held just centimeters away. Izuku, too busy trying not to let his tail get burned, doesn't notice Masakazu rear back his pointed fist. A sickening pain erupts in Izuku's abdomen, and Izuku feels bile rise in the back of the throat. He struggles to get away, but Tanjiro keeps a firm grip on him, not allowing for even an inch. What follows has to be one of the most painful beatings Izuku's received in all of middle school. Tears pour down his face as he shakes with the effort he uses to hold back bile. Hands burn themselves into his tail, and the disgusting scent of burnt hair makes him redouble his efforts to not vomit. Mockery and laughter echoes through the cramped bathroom, and Izuku is curling into himself just to get away from the cruelty. When Izuku finally falls out of Tanjiro's grip, he doesn't try to get up. He crumples to the floor, his tail released at the same time. A kick to his gut, a laugh, and the three boys exit, leaving Izuku trembling violently on the floor. Coughing racks his trembling frame, weak breaths barely supporting him. Liquid suddenly forms in Izuku's mouth, and he can't help but cough it out, eyes shut tight. Something warm drips from his lips as the coughing fit finally ends, and Izuku forces his eyes open, shuddering at the bright lights around him. He looks down at the small puddle of dark liquid, eyes going wide at the red splatter. Izuku brings a weak hand up to his mouth and swipes the liquid off, more tears coming out at the sight of the bright red smudge. A rolling in his stomach forces Izuku to scramble over to the nearest toilet, and burning acid spills from his throat. It takes far too much heaving before Izuku slumps over, too sick to move. It takes much longer before Izuku can even pick himself up, grabbing a paper towel and attempting to scrub the blood off the ground before giving up. Izuku cleans up the remains of the abuse as best he can, and leaves, picking up his backpack from the ground. At least they didn't go for my stuff. Izuku takes his phone out and shakily opens All Might's contact. To All Might-san. Laughing face. I'm sorry, I don't think I can make it to the beak today. To All Might-san. Laughing face. I think I caught something from a classmate. From All Might-san. Laughing face. That is understandable, young Midoriya. I hope you recover soon. Laughing face. Izuku snorts at the All Might emoticon, before wincing at the action and stowing his phone away. I hope nothing is broken. Another month later, the beach is completely cleared. Izuku stands at the top of the pile of trash loaded on the sidewalk, screaming. It only took 8 months, but he cleared the beach. Izuku's body pitches forward just as he hears the sound of All Might stepping close, falling and landing in strong arms. Izuku drifts off quickly, exhaustion lacing every breath, but he catches the final remark. You truly are something, my boy. The next Sunday, they agreed it'd be best to test the quirk on the weekend. Izuku stands in the early morning light, All Might just a few steps ahead, facing the cleared horizon. You really went above and beyond, young Midoriya. You cleared the beach 2 months earlier than I'd predicted. It's truly stunning seeing you in action. Now, All Might turns around, facing Izuku. But it's time to grant you my power. Honestly, it feels like I'm cheating somehow, Izuku mutters tiredly, unsure. Nonsense. You worked your butt off and surpassed my expectations, doing something I hadn't thought possible. You deserve to be a part of this legacy. All Might reaches a hand up and plucks a long strand of hair off of his bangs, before shoving it into Izuku's face. Now, eat this. Ah. Hours later, Izuku could still feel the disgusting feeling of a hair sliding down his throat. He shuddered before looking down at his hands. He had already gone home for the day after All Might mentioned that the quirk should manifest in just a few hours, but the day has already passed and yet there's no change. Maybe All Might lied? No, even if everyone around him is cruel enough, surely All Might wouldn't do something like that. Anyways, it's not like I've really ever had any luck with quirks. Izuku sighs again, before getting up off his bed, moving over towards his weight rack. If there's nothing he can do about it, he might as well do something. Izuku turns on the latest recording of Put Your Hands Up radio and picks up the heaviest dumbbell. It's not like sleeping is an alternative, or even an option in most cases anyway. Stupid catnaps. Izuku wakes the next morning, arms sore, but strangely well rested. He's unsure of when he fell asleep, but it was extremely good for him. The dumbbell lays to his side, and the recording turned off ages ago. Izuku jolts suddenly, staring at his hands. There's a power thrumming underneath, and he's not sure when it appeared. He grabs a hold of it, just a touch, and electricity races across his body. His fur stands on end as adrenaline floods his veins. Izuku's extremely curious, but something tells him he absolutely can't handle the power swimming in his bloodstreams. He breathes out slowly and releases his hold on One for All. A quick text to All Might, and Izuku sets off for the newly cleared beach. It's way too early in the morning, so there's no chance of anyone but lurkers and joggers being out. Izuku arrives at the beach and moves down the stairs, moving out to the pier. He calls forth the strange, buzzing power within, an almost overwhelming rush accompanying, and Izuku has to sit down for a second to catch his breath. Izuku sits there, just adjusting and getting used to the immense weight that comes with One for All. It comes in tides and waves, and it takes all of Izuku's concentration not to go under. If this is what inheriting a literal legacy is like, it's certainly more than Izuku expected. He meditates for what feels like an hour before All Might arrives. Most likely it was only 20 minutes. "I am here," he shouts, stepping out of his truck. He spots Izuku and rushes down to the pier. "Hello, my boy. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, All Might. It's just, One for All is so much. I can feel it humming, and it's kind of overwhelming right now. I'm just trying to get used to it right now." Interesting. Every user manifests One for All in a slightly different way. Maybe yours just hasn't fully settled in yet? I hope it settles in quickly. This is a lot to take in. Izuku tries to laugh, but it comes out short and nervous. "I think I'll just sit here for a while, at least until I can move without feeling like I'm going to detonate." "Yes, I think that would be good. Would you like me to tell you when it's a certain time?" 6 would be a good time. School isn't fully over yet. With that, Izuku settles back down, breathes deeply, and closes his eyes. Red streaks race across his skin, green energy crackles around him, and both Izuku's fur and Toshinori's hair stand on end. It's almost like it's physically trying to enter him, instead of manifesting directly in his DNA, Toshinori thought. I hope he doesn't have any more problems like this. Of course, Izuku's never been too lucky with quirks, regardless of universe. Izuku trudges back home, only a week later. The thrumming has gotten louder, more obnoxious than when it first manifested. Although he's the only one who can hear it, he worries about making too much noise. It grates on him constantly, and not only that, but it tires him out. He's thankful for being able to sleep, but he hates how heavy it makes him feel later. Falling asleep from exhaustion is never a good thing, especially not for Izuku, who's been riddled with insomnia since the last years of elementary school. A headache scrapes at the back of Izuku's head, and a throb appears behind his eyes. He's been getting better at avoiding his bullies, so no worrying hospital-worthy injuries have been gained in a while, but he wakes in seconds at the slightest moves now. His hearing and sense of smell are better, and he suspects his sight and taste have been changing as well, but Izuku doesn't know how to test his sight when he passes out before the sun can even begin to touch the horizon. Izuku isn't even sure how to test his power. Every time he attempts to even move a finger while using it, it's like something in the back of his mind tells him, "Not yet, you can't right now." It's almost infuriating, but for now, he just meditates while having the power course through his body. It's the best he can do, he supposes. Izuku sighs. He hopes this problem fixes itself before the entrance exam. Of course, Izuku can't get lucky. It seems that One for All couldn't hate him less. It was the day of the entrance exam, and the buzzing was the loudest yet. A constant headache forced Izuku to wince at All Might's loud exclamations, and even just closing the door to his truck felt like it was too loud to handle. Not even the exhaustion was enough to get Izuku to pass out. Instead, just waiting for the night to pass, hours passing in slow blinks, the occasional 10 or 20 minutes passing too quickly to have been awake. Izuku walks forward, stepping out of the too loud train station. He makes the short walk to UA's gates, and steps forward, faltering at the size of the building. A rough shove forces him out of his thoughts as Bakugo growls out a quick warning before stalking off. Izuku breathes in before stepping forward, tripping before he can even get another thought in. He braces as his tail begins to twist, but when the lack of pain or even moving air makes itself present, he finds himself opening his eyes wide. "Hi. Sorry about using my quirk on you. I just didn't want you to fall. Bad luck, you know?" The brown-haired girl smiles, before pressing her hands together, and gravity returns. She turns and walks away. Well, good luck. Although Izuku would like to call that a successful encounter with another human being, he didn't speak at all. Maybe he'll get another chance if they both get in? He hopes so. He walks forward with more careful steps, taking his seat towards the back of the auditorium. A headache pulsed behind his eyes, and the bags beneath them weigh it down even more. He rests his eyes for another moment, ears flat and tail lazily waving. They weren't closed for long. "Welcome, everyone, to my show." A very familiar scream echoed across the room, only to be met with silence. Izuku, however, had to hold back the urge to violently flinch at the noise. He leaned over the desk, hands on his head as Present Mike continued his explanation of the exam. Izuku tried his best to listen, but when he realized he was basically just stylizing the handout form, he just read that instead of listening. "Sorry, Mr. Mike. I just can't handle the noise today." Another voice, quieter but sterner, spoke up, and Izuku found himself looking up. A very square-looking boy had stood up, asking about the fourth robot. "And you?" A sharp glare pierces through Izuku. "If you aren't going to take this seriously and pay attention, then leave. This is no place for sleeping." Izuku's face flushed and he hunched over as muffled laughs spread through the auditorium. Thankfully, Present Mike finished his presentation quickly, with Izuku managing to hold back from flinching any time the hero got a bit too loud, and everyone was sent to the physical portion of the exam. Izuku hoped he wouldn't be in Bakugo or that Square Kid sector, but his hopes became ineffective immediately as he saw the Square Kid corralling everyone onto the bus. Well, let's see how this goes then. Although nowadays, Izuku isn't one for public breakdowns, he's still a huge mess. The quiet hum the One for All used to be has grown to a loud, incessant buzz behind his eyes, and Izuku can't help but feel shaky as he steps off of the bus. He heads towards the large gate of the fake city, staying in the back of the crowd. The Square Kid seems to have decided that watching Izuku is the best decision, and Izuku sighs, before spotting the nice brown-haired girl who helped him earlier. Izuku goes to make his way over there to thank her, but a firm hand jolts him out of his thoughts. "You were going to interrupt her concentration, were you not? Not to mention, you weren't taking the explanation seriously. If you can't behave in a way fitting for a school of this caliber standards, I suggest you leave." Izuku cuts the boy a scathing glare, before opening his mouth. "First off, how about you quit making assumptions about my every move? Second, I have a major headache, and Present Mike in your voice. Helping." Izuku moves the boy's hand off of his shoulder. "Third of all, that girl kept me from tripping earlier and I wanted to thank her. If you'd actually pay attention instead of jumping to the highest conclusion possible, you'd see you were the furthest thing from being correct." The boy recoils, and Izuku stalks off before he can do anything else. "Huh, I guess I get mean when I'm tired." And start. A voice screeches, thankfully from far away, but Izuku's too busy being surprised to realize what's going on. Get going. There's no such thing as a countdown in real life. The gates open, and the students rush past. Izuku springs forward before they all can leave him in the dust, and splits off from the group, heading down an alleyway that opens to another street. A rumbling is heard past the buzz, and a one-pointer bursts through a building, locking onto Izuku. He stops for a moment, before pouncing onto the robot's oddly unprotected neck. He rips several of the exposed wires, before digging in and ripping out several more, and the robot's head quits moving. It shuts down in seconds, and Izuku jumps off, already running down the street. It continues that way for the next several minutes, Izuku slowly racking up points, and occasionally helping or reprimanding other examinees, until a gigantic crashing sends a sharp pain through his head and the rumbling of the ground almost makes him fall over. Izuku looks up, spotting the giant robot, and turns to run through a street covered in rubble and broken robots. What the hell kind of robot is this, anyway? Examinees are seen running from the huge zero-pointer, and Izuku goes to move with them, when a voice cries out. All other noises stop except for the buzzing, and Izuku finds himself staring back at the girl who helped him earlier. She's trying to push herself up, but she's obviously exhausted, arms trembling. Rubble sits atop of her, and Izuku finds himself cursing as he runs forward. Her quirk was some sort of gravity manipulation or floating quirk, but she must be too tired to be able to use it, let alone run from the zero-pointer. Izuku turns around and steps forward, one for all surging to life. All other sounds are drowned out by the waves of power as he runs forward, crouching on instinct and bursting forward, flying through the air. Pupils sharpen and continuously dilate and enlarge, fur bristles, and a tail shoots out, doubling in length. Long, curved claws unsheath from clenched fists, canines sharpen, and Izuku's senses explode. 3 powerful claws, overflowing with power, rise, before striking down, the zero-pointed shredding like paper beneath them. Izuku blinks and realizes he's falling, before righting himself by instinct alone, a jolt of pain rushing through his body from the action. He looks at the rest of his body, but realizes that nothing can help him. His legs are obviously broken, his tail is flailing from the sudden increase in length, and his hands are numb. He falls, panicking more and more, before an abrupt smack echoes, his cheek bursting in pain. Izuku just barely doesn't touch the ground, gently curving up, before falling flat down. As Izuku lays there, pain flooding from every inch and vision fading from the edges, there's only one thing going through his mind. What the F just happened? The first thing Izuku recognizes when he wakes up is how utterly tired he feels. It's like he ran 60 marathons in a row before deciding to have a brawl in the streets. The next thing that he notices is how weird he feels. His hands and his tail feel well, they feel different. Izuku opens his eyes slowly, blinking at the light filtering in through the windows. MRP. Izuku doesn't know what made that confused sound, but he agreed. Oh my god. Dude. Shoyuda, holy shit. Voice nearly shouted out. Someone else shushed the voice, and then All Might appeared in Izuku's sight, in his muscle form. My boy, are you all right? The large man asked, obviously worried. I think so. My hands do feel weird though. Not to mention that he's so tired, he's actually slurring his words. All Might helps him sit up. I think retracting your claws would help, my boy. Claws? Claws. I've never had claws before. What do you mean? I don't have claws. Izuku slurred, and then nearly poked his eye out with some very long and very obvious claws when he brought his hand up. Huh. They look almost like kinda short Wolverine claws, only about 6 inches long. Izuku observed the claws a little longer before opening his closed fists, claws quickly retracting. The words, never kicked that muttering habit, huh kid, reached his ears, but didn't stop his intrigue. How? Izuku would have continued questioning his brand new 6-inch claws if it weren't for the pink pads located on his fingertips and lower palm. WH? Izuku would have sounded more surprised if he wasn't so tired. He prodded at the pads several times before he noticed his tail waving next to him. His vision tunnels as he watches the calico-patterned limb wave through the air. He made a grab for it and missed, when a snort made itself known on the other side of his bed, away from All Might. Mr. Mike? Present Mike. Now he notices. And Eraserhead. Hey, a listener. What are you guys doing in here? This is not how Izuku thought meeting his childhood heroes would go. Mike, I thought it would be nice to check in on you. We never did get to check up on you after you got kidnapped that one time. Izuku ignores the accusing look from All Might. Yeah, I was a little shaken up, but I recovered pretty quickly. A yawn forces its way out of his throat as Izuku curls up, stretching in a weirdly effective way before looking back at the two heroes. I wanted to thank you too, but I never ended up running into you again after that. Izuku blushes slightly, looking down. He kneads at the blanket below him unconsciously when the door opens. Recovery Girl walks in quickly, moving over towards the bed. Awake are you? Give me a moment to look over you, and then you can leave. Go on you two, Shu. She shoves Mike and Eraserhead out, and begins checking over Izuku, testing his legs and his arms quickly, before giving him several gummies. Here you go, eat these, they'll give you a little boost. What's in them, if I may ask? Vitamins, nutrients, a little caffeine to get you going, and some grape flavoring for taste. Izuku slumps down. I can't have these, I'm sort of allergic to caffeine. It's basically the same as chocolate for me. Recovery Girl sighs before taking the gummies, muttering a quick, at least he asked. Well, you're alright to leave. There are no problems other than quirk exhaustion and normal exhaustion. Don't overwork yourself. Izuku agrees hurriedly, standing wobbly. He steadies himself before walking out, saying goodbye to All Might and grabbing his stuff. Eraserhead and Present Mike stand a little bit down the hallways, and Mike waves to him when he notices. Izuku hurries over, trying to take the bell out of his bag at the same time. Why'd you wait? UA is like a maze to most people who've never been here. Mike wanted to make sure you didn't spend an hour getting lost. Eraserhead answers before Mike can. Izuku ties the bell around the end of his tail, it's so much easier with the new length, and begins trailing behind them. They exit quickly, and Izuku thanks the two, before heading home. The only thing Izuku can think as he walks on the sidewalk, the sun setting, is how peaceful the silence is. Izuku's leg bounced anxiously, nervous energy ringing throughout. The buzz from One for All had finally settled in, and his quirk had gotten a massive boost, and some things to get used to, which was honestly a relief, but he still couldn't help but feel nervous. It had been a week since the entrance exam, and Izuku honestly had no idea if he'd get in. He forgot to count his points. Izuku slammed his forehead down onto his desk again, before sighing, and resting his head on its side. This whole week has been pretty weird. All of his bullies quit bothering him, but Bakugo came back with a weird fervor, never attacking him, but always staying extremely near. Izuku honestly couldn't be sure why. Maybe it was because of his quirk suddenly boosting? Paw pads and a much longer tail were pretty hard to miss. Not to mention Izuku's now very pointy teeth. At least the claws will make it much easier to get out of rope. A loud slam makes Izuku bolt up, tail straightening, and his mother suddenly appears in his room, an envelope in her hands. It's here, Izuku, it's here. He stands quickly, taking the envelope in shaking hands. His mother leaves him alone, and he sits back at his desk. Does he just open it? Izuku stews in his thoughts for several more seconds, before just ripping the envelope open in half. A metal disc flips out onto the table, spinning, before a light appears from it. Am I on screen? Izuku almost jumps from the volume. It's probably not as loud as he thinks, but it took a few days to reorient himself to his new senses. At least he isn't colorblind at all. He watches as All Might announces his new job at UA, and Izuku's disappointing lack of points. Shame curls in his gut, but he isn't able to stew in his thoughts before the hologram changes. The video squares off to show a clip of the nice brown-haired girl talking to Present Mike. Tears come to his eyes as the girl he saved tries to help him. Oh, you see, my boy? There's a hidden system of points involved in the exam. One that tests the true heroic qualities of the many heroes to be. All Might takes a breath before continuing, voice louder than before. And so, Midoriya Izuku with 60 rescue points and 12 villain points. You passed, my boy. All might talk some more, but all Izuku can think of is the fact that he passed. He saved someone. Izuku's always needed to be saved, but for once, he finally did the saving. Tears pool as the projection shuts down, and Izuku tears out of his room to tell his mom, "I'm not useless. Congratulations to both of you. It's quite amazing that 2 students from our school get into UA for the first time ever." The teacher just had to seal Izuku's fate, didn't he? It took mere seconds after being dismissed for Bakugo to drag Izuku over to a secluded corner outside the school. "What FING trick did you use, Deku?" Bakugo spits out Izuku's name like venom, holding him up with one hand. "How'd you effing do it, you useless sack of shit? I was supposed to be the first to enter from here to UA. Blown. I told you to go somewhere else." Bakugo practically spits out threat after threat to Izuku, pushing him back against the wall over and over, one foot stomped down on his tail. Izuku shrunk at the abuse, but his hands still crept up to Bakugo's arms, gripping hard. "Someone acknowledged me, Bakugo. They told me I had a chance and I took it. I'm not useless anymore. I'm going to you, and you can't stop me." Bakugo's eye twitches and he looks down, before chuckling. His voice doesn't echo around the small alley, but it still makes Izuku's veins fill with ice. "You know, you've been pissing me off lately, Deku. Have you forgotten your place?" Bakugo's hands heat up from his grip on Izuku's shirt. His nose twitches at the smell of nitroglycerin. "Huh, never been able to smell that before." Bakugo pulls him forward from the wall before slamming him back into it again. "You're beneath me, Deku. You're useless. It doesn't even matter if your quirk is decent because you'll always be useless." He sets off an explosion, destroying Izuku's uniform and scorching his skin underneath. Izuku's lips begin to bleed from how hard he's biting them, but he doesn't yell. Bakugo sets off another explosion in the same place, only aggravating the wound further, and Izuku can't help but cry out. The blonde grinds his foot down on his tail as tears escape Izuku's eyes. "You'll never be more than just an obstacle in the way." Bakugo drops Izuku, letting him fall to the ground. He kicks him in the stomach. "Drop out of UA. It's not like they won't realize you're useless and expel you, anyways." Izuku grits his teeth, waiting until Bakugo is gone to move. He stands wearily, but no differently than any other time. At least Bakugo won't be willing to risk his chances at UA. "I'll prove to him that I'm not useless anymore. No matter what." Izuku trudges through the high school's halls. Without anyone to guide, the school really is like a maze. Honestly, they really should include a map in the information packet they send in the mail. Izuku sighs, rubbing his eyes. It took several minutes of walking before an older student finally pointed him in the right direction, but he's finally standing in front of the alarmingly tall door. He can faintly smell the somewhat metallic scent of Eraserhead's capture weapon, but he barely pays it any mind as he thinks to himself, "Please no Bakugo, please no Bakugo." The door slides open, only to reveal both the square kid and Bakugo in an argument. "DM it." Izuku attempts to walk past them quietly, but doesn't get more than a few steps before he's stopped by Square Kid. "Hello. I'm Ida Tenya, from Somit. I heard that I'm Midoriya Izuku, and nice to meet you. Please just leave me alone." "Midoriya, I must hand it to you. You saw the true nature of the exam, didn't you? I was blind to it, and I completely misread you. I hate to admit it, but you were the better man." It's fine, Ida-san." The door behind him slides open again. "It's you, Catboy. I'm glad I found you. It's the nice girl. Thank goodness. You made it in, I'm so glad. Thank you for the exam." "Oh, it's nothing." Izuku's face went red in the rare praise. "If you're looking for friends, do it somewhere else." A man lying in the doorway, who Izuku is pretty sure is Eraserhead, takes out a weird juice packet and kiss on it. The room falls silent as he stands up and steps out from the sleeping bag. While most of the class becomes unnerved, Izuku finds himself already happy at the sight of him. "It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. You'll have to work on that. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta. Aizawa-sensei pulls a uniform out of the bag and throws it towards the students. Somebody catches it, but Izuku isn't watching the others too much. Put these on, and then get over to the PE field immediately. Although it doesn't take too long for everyone to arrive, it takes longer than Aizawa-sensei would have probably liked. Izuku finds himself next to Nice Girl as Aizawa-sensei announces the future tests. A quirk apprehension test. What about the ceremony and the guidance counselor meeting? The Nice Girl exclaims. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for such niceties. UA is known for its freestyle teaching method, and that extends to the teachers as well, which means I can use your time however I want. Now, he turns to the field. You'll be going through the various physical tests you did in middle school, only this time, you're allowed to use your quirk. Aizawa throws a ball to Bakugo. Bakugo, how far could you throw the softball pitch in middle school? 67 meters. Bakugo catches it one-handed, already in the circle. Try using your quirk for it. You can do anything, just don't leave the circle. Bakugo stares down the field, stretching his arm before rearing back, a harsh grin forming on his face. Die! The ball goes off with a blast, a shock wave throwing the dirt up around him as it enters the sky. Izuku throws his hands up to cover his ears, eyes automatically closing as his body tenses in. Reaction. Aizawa turns back to the class, showing them the counter. 705.2 meters. Someone yells out excitedly about how fun this would be, and Aizawa glares at the crowd of teenagers. Fun, you say? So you were planning on spending your 3 years here having some fun? All right then. In that case, I've just decided, the student who does the least will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please. Eraserhead gives an awful grin, sending shivers down most of the students' spines. Welcome to the Department of Heroics. Wait, does the least? Not place last, but does the least, huh? Kids cry out around Izuku at the threat of expulsion, but all he can think about is his chances. He isn't too sure of how he'll do, considering how he's never met most of these kids in his life, but he usually scores decent marks on these, thanks to his long list of incidents. The other kids around him either straighten in preparation, start trembling, or a mix of the two. This is what it means to go plus ultra. I expect you all to overcome these trials and come out on top. Time to step up to the plate. Aizawa-sensei ends his speech and begins the tests. Since Izuku's original quirk is a mutation, it doesn't do much for him with the tests other than the slight physical boosts it grants him, letting him do better than most on things, like the 50-meter dashes and the sustained sideways jumps. His training with All Might helped, if only slightly with the grip strength test, but it doesn't do much. However, with his current control of One for All, there's no way he can use it without damaging himself to the point of essentially taking himself out. But if I don't use it, then won't that be seen as not doing my best? As Izuku pounces forward for the standing long jump, he can only think about what to do for the softball throw. His most likely bet is One for All, but he's only ever used it in its most powerful state. Even after talking with All Might about it, it didn't help much. The man tries, but he isn't the best at teaching people how to do anything. Clench your a-hole and yell smash, my butt. I don't need to be immediately pointed out as connected to you, All Might. Midoriya, you're up next. Izuku's mind bounces around as he catches the softball, going from topic to topic, regardless of if it's related or not. I can't use it on my whole arm, I'll just be useless again. What about when I'm meditating? I usually send it through my whole body, but that was when it was still settling in. Even if it works, I can't adjust the level yet. What should I do? He steps into the circle. We don't have all day, Midoriya. Izuku calms down and stills, before rearing back with one arm. Power surges, but just as the ball was about to exit his hands, One for All stops. Izuku's tail and ears begin stinging, and he brings his hand to his face before the ball even touches the top of its arc, and then whips back to look at Aizawa seconds before it lands. His scarf orbits around him, his hair having risen. Impressive awareness. You were going to cripple yourself, weren't you? Aizawa-sensei wraps Izuku in the scarf and pulls him forward. You can't count on someone else to save you. You have no control over your own power, and therefore no efficiency. What are you doing? What do you mean? I'm not doing anything. Your face. What are you doing with your face? What's he talking about? Izuku's face hasn't changed at all. Does he mean his expression? It's just the face Izuku makes when he's trying to be polite in a situation he doesn't want to be in. Sure, it looks a little weird, but it's not bad. It's not bad, right? I haven't really used it since One for All settled in, so I guess it must look different. What do you mean my face? There's nothing wrong with it. Is there something wrong with my face? Aizawa-sensei just sighs, before releasing his quirk as well as his scarf. Just go throw the ball and don't cripple yourself. Now go. Izuku can't help but feel bad for the tired man as he's walking back, another ball in hand. He's feeling slightly offended when gasps ring out. What is it? Izuku asks, slightly annoyed at the delay. He looks back at the students, with several pointing at him, some looking disturbed, and Bakugo looking slightly guilty. Your tail! One of them shouts. Izuku looks at his tail and pales. Entire patches of fur had fallen off. It must have happened when Aizawa-sensei used his quirk and cancelled the weird, always healed, effect his mutations had. Burn marks, handprints, and starbursts are visible on the patches of skin, but only barely. Only if you knew what you were looking for. I'm sorry. It should be normal in a few minutes. His tail moves as out of sight as possible, but it isn't much. Izuku sighs as the students begin murmuring to themselves, and turns back to throw the ball. So, I was right the first time, I can't cripple myself, and I don't have time to try out entirely new things. I don't know how to lower the power enough to not hurt me. What should I do? Maybe just one specific point? Izuku isn't sure why his thoughts jump to his old bullies, but they do. A half-formed thought appears. Pay attention, folks. Aizawa-sensei calls the others to attention. He nods in Izuku's direction once they've been reared in, giving him the go-ahead. Izuku rears back again, stomping down on one foot. He throws the ball out, counting the moments in his head. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Now! Izuku focuses all his power in the tip of his finger, sending the ball flying through the air at a speed he isn't focused on. Izuku leans over, clutching his throwing arm, one finger purple and swollen. Doesn't hurt as much as the first time? Izuku mutters through the throbbing pain. He turns back to his teacher, eyes dilated and fist clenched. Aizawa-sensei, I'm not useless. Izuku grins and almost grimace at his teacher, ears straight and tail trembling. His face is set in a strained smile, but other than that, he looks like he would if he hadn't just broken a finger. Aizawa-sensei grins in a creepy way, but Izuku's starting to think that's just his normal smile if anything's to go by. The moment is broken when Bakugo comes blasting forward. Deku, you shithiel, what the F was that? Bakugo comes within feet of Izuku, before a way too durable scarf wraps around him and the smell of nitroglycerin drifts away. Bakugo jerks around the scarf, but can't move out of it. That's my capture weapon. You won't be breaking it easily. Geez, and quit making me use my quirk so much. I've got dry eye, damn it. Bakugo stops moving, and Aizawa-sensei relaxes, blinking. We're wasting time. Moving on. The rest of the trials pass quickly, with Izuku doing decently in all of them despite his broken finger. His endurance run was probably the best, out those tests, excluding the softball pitch. The students all crowd together, some anxious to see the results, while some stand assured of their standing. Aizawa-sensei brings up the projection of their results, not bothering to read them out loud. Mineta Minoru, expelled. Some students look at the small grape-haired kid with pity, but it's all Izuku can do not to recoil. He hadn't noticed the kid before, too focused on the exams, but now that he's seen him he really doesn't want to see him again. Izuku's face scrunches up in disgust, despite his best effort, and he can't keep his fur from puffing up. Aizawa's eyes flicker towards him, before turning back to the kid, somehow even more assured in his decision. Bibi, but why? The boy cries out, already crying. Not only did you get last, but you also failed to even attempt to find a better, more effective way to use your quirk in the tests. Also, don't think I didn't notice how you were staring at the girls. That behavior alone is unbefitting of a hero. Expelled. Get your stuff and leave. Well, you can't do this. The kid shouts angrily, although with his small stature, he provides no actual intimidation. Izuku bares his teeth and backs away, tail bristling. Oh, but I can. I said it at the beginning before any of this started. Now leave. Aizawa-sensei activates his quirk, cutting an intimidating glare at the kid, who gulps nervously before running off. Aizawa-sensei stops his quirk, turning back to the rest of the crowd. That being said, I would have expelled any number of you had you shown a lack of potential, regardless of placement. Anyways, with that, the test is over. Change and head back to class. Your syllabus packets are on your desks. Oh, and Midoriya. He hands Izuku a hall slip. Head over to Recovery Girl and get fixed up. Aizawa walks off and the class quickly disperses to the changing rooms before heading to their classes. The day passes much too quickly after Izuku sees Recovery Girl, and he finds himself walking out the school with more fur and less energy than earlier. Is your finger healed? A stern voice and a hand on his shoulder surprise him more than usual. Oh, hey, Ida, yeah, Recovery Girl fixed me up. Izuku gets lost in thought while Ida rambles. He comes back in as Ida begins talking about the expulsion earlier. Still, I cannot believe a school can be so free with its students. It feels almost too reckless. It seems Ida's more worried about rules than the ethics of it. Guess I judged him a bit wrong. Why yeah, but would you really want someone like that being a hero? I know I wouldn't, and anyway, that's what Aizawa-sensei's job is. To make sure we become good heroes who can be prepared for the future. Ida seems to turn his head in contemplation. Hey there. A voice calls out. The Infinity Girl runs to catch up. Phew. Headed towards the station? Wait for me. Ah, Infinity Girl. Hi, I'm Uraraka Ochako. And you're, Ida Tenya, and you're Midoriya. Deku? Right. Deku. What's wrong? Isn't that what that Bakugu kid called you? Deku or something? No, and my name's actually Izuku. He just calls me Deku as an eye insult. What? Really? I'm so sorry. But, I kinda like the name, Deku, for you. It sounds like a kind of, I can do anything, name. Uraraka pumps her fist excited, motioning as she speaks. Icha, I'd never thought about it like that. Several years of insults and beatings don't immediately disappear just from one sentence, but they certainly can start to fade. I guess if you think of it like that, you can call me Deku if you want. Ida seems to have an issue with it, but Izuku gets lost in thought as the three walk towards the station. Deku, I think I might have a nice time here. The first school day passed like a whirlwind, but the second definitely didn't feel like it. The day had just passed into the afternoon. The next class was Foundational Hero Studies, and the class was brimming with anticipation. A thudding made itself known from outside the hallway before the door opened, and All Might stands through, shouting. It's me, coming through the door like a normal person, he announced before running to the podium. Whispers spread throughout the room at the sight of the legend. I be teaching Foundational Hero Studies. Today, let's jump right in to the trial of battle. The man doesn't have a lower volume, does he? Izuku feels excitement race through him, and a little smugness at being able to know the man beneath the smile. To go with your first battle, rows of cases appear from the wall. You'll be wearing your costumes. The class reacts as expected. Get changed and head over to Grounds Beta. All Might says another inspiring line, and dismisses everyone, leaving for Grounds Beta. Everyone rushes to their designated case and heads for the changing room, Izuku included. Izuku runs out to Ground Beta, as one of the last to arrive. Wait up! Uraraka turns around at his exclamation and gasps. Deku-kun. Love your costume. She looks down at her own. I wish I could have been more specific with mine. It's so tight. Izuku looks down at his costume, a simple green jumpsuit accented with white and a bright pink, along with a bell at the collar. Braces cover his forearms and knees, and small support bags litter his belt. He didn't specify anything regarding his shoes, so he didn't get any special ones, but he does have a line of thin, flexible rings around his tail, mostly for protection. His mask sits around his neck, a simple plastic design, and his goggles fit on top of his head. Oh, thanks. And yours looks nice too, although if it bothers you too much, you could always ask the support department for a redesign. The conversation gets cut off, All Might announcing to everyone. It's time for the trial of battle. Ida cuts in with a question. Sensei, this is the fake city from the entrance exam, right? Are we going to be doing urban maneuvers? Actually, this will be an indoor battle trial. Villains are usually seen outside, but the smartest villains do their work indoors. Imprisonment, house arrest, the black market, any villain with a bit of intelligence is lurking inside. For this test, you'll be split up into 10 groups of 2 and assigned the roles of hero and villain. However, this time, you can't go all crazy. The students around Izuku begin asking question after question, and he can see All Might's face pull into a nervous smile. I can't hear you if you all speak at once. All Might looks like he's having trouble. He pulls out a script from his pocket, reading it with an over-exaggerated voice. In this trial, the villains have a nuclear bomb hidden in the building. It's the hero's job to either stop the villains or retrieve the bomb. All Might brings out a box. We'll decide teams by pulling lots. Sensei, we only have 19 students. What should we do? Ida asks. Someone will simply have to go twice unless the other student wishes to work alone. The class quickly pulls lots, quickly finding their match. Izuku finds himself sighing in relief when Uraraka holds up the letter A, and wincing when he sees Ida's match with Bakugo. The smart-looking girl who got first in the physical yesterday got the position that would have been matched with that thing, but since he was expelled, she's alone. All Might asks if she'd like to go alone, but she says she'd like to wait first. Alright then, young ones. The first pair to do battle will be Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. Everyone else, head inside the building to the left. Izuku pales as Bakugo glares down at him, before turning away, his gaze never changing from its murderous fury. Heroes, villains. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Uraraka stares down at the sloppily drawn map of the building. She sets to memorizing the map until she looks over at Izuku, who's currently as pale as possible. Whoa, what's wrong? It's fine, it's just that we're going up against Bakugo and… Oh yeah, you two know each other. What's up with that? He hates me. He always has, ever since we were 4. I've never really understood why he hates me so much, but he's the one who came up with the name Deku. It means useless. Izuku pulls down his goggles and puts on his mask. That's why I need to prove it to him, that I can be useful. I don't want to lose to him. If it makes any sense. Of course it makes sense. Let's do this. A fire lights in her eyes. Oh, right. All Might quickly calls for the heroes to enter the building. So, since Bakugo's going to most likely go straight for me, that means Ida's going to be guarding the bomb. He knows what your quirk is, but you also know his. It might be best if you get past Bakugo and head for the bomb while I try to deal with him. Let's go in through a window. They probably didn't bother moving the bomb from its starting point. Izuku boosts her and she pulls him up, entering the second floor. Uraraka sends him a thumbs up, which he shakily returns, before splitting up. It doesn't take too long before the sound of muffled footsteps reaches his sensitive ears, and it only takes seconds for Izuku to instinctively dive forward past Bakugo, the boy blasting around the corner. Don't dodge, Deku. Bakugo spits out, eyes trained on Izuku. Izuku reaches up to his communicator. Hey, Uraraka, I've run into Bakugo, second floor. Tell me when you find Ida. Don't ignore me. Bakugo strikes forward with that right hook of his, and Izuku takes his chance. Bakugo hits the ground hard as Izuku flips him. How? You always lead with a right hook, Bakugo. Every single time. Bakugo growls as he stands. I can't count how many times you've done that. I'm not useless anymore, Bakugo. I'm not the Deku you used to corner. I'm the Deku who can do anything. Bakugo stares at Izuku, hunched over, shoulders forward. You used to PSS your pants at just the threat of pain. Now you've got me set off. Ida's voice cuts in, barely audible. Hey, Bakugo. What's going on? What's happening? Shut the hell up and just keep standing there. I'm too effing said for this. Bakugo hangs up and blasts forward towards Izuku, throwing a kick out towards his neck. You don't have time to get distracted, Deku. Izuku begins winding the capture tape around Bakugo's shin, before vaulting forward, avoiding the explosive right swing. He darts around the corner, Bakugo screaming from behind him. Damn it! I left the tape behind. Get back here, Death. Where did you go, you bastard? You were lying this whole time, weren't you? Did you have fun laughing about it? You haven't even used your flashy quirk yet? Izuku runs down the halls, footsteps naturally too quiet to give any lead about his whereabouts. His goggles had already melted from the close heat and his mask had fallen from his face. As expected, Bakugo went straight for me. If I went with Uraraka, we'd be up against both at the same time, but if I can get Bakugo out, I can turn it into a 2 versus 1 scenario. I'll have to be wary though. Izuku's calm turns back on as he's running through the halls avoiding the distant blasts and heavy footsteps, and Uraraka's voice floods in. I found him, Dan. But he also found me. We're on the 5th floor in the middle of the room. I'll try to hurry up there. Izuku comments back, but Bakugo's voice cuts in. The blonde steps in the hallway, blocking Izuku from the stairs. Why don't you use it, Deku? You aren't looking down on me, are you? Bakugo holds his hand out threateningly, and the smell of nitroglycerin floods from him. My explosions are sparked by the sweat on my palms, which is some nitro sheet. But if those support FS got my gear right, then I've already built up a sheet ton of sweat in these gauntlets. All Might's voice cuts in as Bakugo reaches up for the grenade's pin. No, young Bakugo. You'll kill him. If he dodges, he won't die. Bakugo's grin is manic as he pulls the pin. Izuku jumps to the side as quickly as he can, but still gets caught as the cramped hallway fills with a blinding light and an all-too-familiar heat. The building rumbles, and a gaping hole just to the right of where Izuku sits now is present in the building. Are you effing crazy? He shouts at the living bomb. The left half of his costume is still smoldering, and he's completely missing his sleeve. Use your demon quirk, Deku. I'm gonna break you at your full strength. Bakugo still hasn't brought his hand down, but he laughs maliciously. Izuku reaches up and turns on his comm again, not breaking eye contact. What's going on, Uraraka? The protective guards on his tail had burned off from the blast, and most of the fur was singed. He can't feel any part of his tail. Don't ignore me, freak. All Might's voice cuts in again, another warning. Bakugo gets even angrier, crying out, before rushing forward as Izuku focuses back onto him. Izuku reaches out to counterattack, but only ends up putting his hands directly into an explosion as Bakugo redirects himself behind Izuku, blasting his back. Izuku almost cries out from the pain, but instead just grits his teeth and lets the tears well up. Here comes your special right hook. Bakugo swings his gauntlet directly into Izuku's side just as he's turning, before grabbing his arm and spinning around, explosions erupting as he jumps up and slams Izuku into the ground, much like before. You're beneath me. Useless. Izuku desperately rolls over and runs off, Bakugo directly behind him. He runs until he hits a wall on the other side of the building and turns around, Bakugo stalking forward. Why won't you use your DMN quirk? Stop looking down on me. Even since we were kids, you've always been doing that. Izuku moves to answer but gets cut off. Stop looking down on me, you the useless shitrag. That's not it at all. It's because I want to surpass you through a hole. Izuku spits out the words, harsh but quick in an attempt to not get cut off. You've always been better than me, you know this. Izuku rushes forward at the same time as Bakugo, rearing back as his claws unsheath and fill with power. Get ready, Uraraka. As Bakugo strikes Izuku head-on, Izuku punches upwards. It sends a wave of sharp power upwards, dicing the floors above and turning it to rubble as his punch sends shocks through his system. The sound of Uraraka and Ida yelling assure Izuku that it reached the 5th floor, even as a burning wave of heat strike at his other arm and his head. His ears ring as the dust settles. Bakugo stands, looking upwards as Izuku crumples to the ground. He speaks, but Izuku can't hear him over the deafening ringing. Izuku's voice, shaky and forced, cuts in through Bakugo's soundless tirade. "IW wasn't planning on using it. My body just can't hand the strain of this quirk." The dust clears away to reveal Izuku's trembling arms, one purple and swollen, the other burnt and red. "Izawa-sensei told me T2. But..." Izuku's voice cracks as he continues, the strain becoming more obvious as his body wavers and his arms lower, too tired to keep them up. "This was the only thing I could think of." Half of Izuku's face is still burnt, and the fur in most areas is gone. His tail trembles, crooked, bleeding and burnt as Izuku collapses to the ground, eyes unfocused. Tears slip from his eyes as his mask melts down onto the floor, and his goggles drip down his face, steam rising. Bakugo's face pales at the sight of it, eyes wide, and All Might's voice cuts in. "The hero team wins." Bakugo's eyes widen even further, and his breathing goes quick, thoughts going even quicker. All Might sets a hand on his shoulder, snapping him out of his spiral, and the three heroes in training move back to the observation building. Izuku is carted away on a stretcher, unconscious, but eyes still open. Shoyuta walks into the nurse's office not 20 minutes after the start of All Might's class. He'd rather not be here, especially since he just got done supervising rowdy second-year students, but he can't deny Chio when she calls him. He slides open the door of the infirmary, stepping in quietly. Chio sits at her desk, while Midoriya lays unconscious at the bed, skin red and arms ruined. He hums, unhappy. "What's wrong?" "I assume there's more to this than just Midoriya getting hurt." Shoyuta looks over the boy again, cataloging his injuries. There are burns down his face, almost like magma dripped down it. The half-melted goggles that lay on the side table answer his unasked question. A majority of the boy's face is red, covering half his face. His hair is singed, but the fur on his face has already perfectly grown back. His right arm is in a cast, while his left appears to be majorly bandaged. The bandages and redness poking through at his torso seem to indicate a running theme of burns, although, from the looks of it, plenty of scars already adorn the small boy. What in the world could have happened to cause all this damage? "It's too extensive and specific to be an accident," Shoyuta murmurs out worriedly, eyes narrowed. "That's part of what I wanted to tell you. Although once the boy gains enough energy back, I should be able to heal most of his burns away. What I called you here for, though, was this." Chio stands and walks over to Midoriya and points at his tail. "I shaved the fur off to see if there were any hidden injuries I hadn't caught, but it's even worse than you could imagine. It's all one big patch of scar tissue. Almost all of them are burn scars, and the rest are cuts that close too quickly to be okay. Half of the time, it almost looks like handprints." Chio was right. Although Midoriya's tail is slowly beginning to regrow the fur, it's slower than usual from the exhaustion. His entire tail is covered in layer after layer of scar tissue, and they do form the occasional handprint. Starbursts and tiny white lines cover the limb. No doubt, something similar appears on his ears. Shoyuta can't help the nausea that runs through him. How old are some of these? They can't just be recent. I can't estimate properly with how they healed, but it has to be years. Apparently, it's his quirk which is healing the injuries. Chio turns back to her computer, where Midoriya's information is pulled up. His quirk. Although the information in the registry is very outdated, it appears that his quirk forces all injuries located on his tail and ears to heal extremely quickly, and his fur grows back at an incredible rate. It took 15 minutes for all of it to grow back earlier, but now, it's just taken us talking and it's almost done. Aizawa turns his head back to confirm, only to see Izuku's tail almost completely covered by multicolored fur. He sighs and looks around the room. "I'll have to ask him about it. When is he going to wake up? I can't heal him all in one kiss. This is going to take some time." Chio settles back in her seat. "That's fine, I can wait. I'll have to leave if this PRD ends, but I can probably get Mike to take my place." "Alright, I'll wake you up if he wakes." Chio dismisses him. Shoyuta takes the seat next to the bed, sighing. The year just started and his class is already killing him. Izuku wakes slowly, arms aching and body tingling. He can't move his arms that well, but Izuku can't tell if that's due to the cast and bandages or if it's the exhaustion. The sound of someone else's slow breathing alerts him to another person, and a faint hum is felt in Izuku's chest with every exhale. I'm not purring, am I? The vibrations sputter off as Izuku attempts to sit up, grunting slightly as he did. He looks to the side, making eye contact with his teacher just as Aizawa-sensei's eyes pop open. The stare-off continues for several seconds, Izuku not closing his eyes in any way, while Aizawa-sensei's eyes get increasingly close to. Don't sit up. The gruff voice snaps Izuku out of the contest, and he eases himself back down onto the bed, confused. You got yourself injured again during heroics class. It's going to take a while for everything to heal, so just rest until school ends. Izuku's throat catches at the attempt to speak, and he's thrown into a coughing fit, leaning over onto his side. Aizawa-sensei helps him catch his breath, and Izuku leans back again. What time is it? There's 10 minutes until I have to back and supervise your classmates. Izuku lets his eyes fall as he slumps down, an annoyed groan falling out. Izuku's ears twitch sluggishly as the exhaustion rolls back in, and his tail slumps, motionless. Until then, I'm making sure you don't hurt yourself until Recovery Girl gets back. Where'd she go? A second year broke something in an area the medical bots can't reach. She'll be back after healing them. Aizawa-sensei had something he wanted to say, but it was obvious he couldn't get the right words. Izuku waited while his teacher tried to speak. Why exactly is your tail in such a bad condition? It's too much damage to be an accident, and you know this. Your quirk may heal all those injuries, but that doesn't mean anything is justified. Am I quirk? Yeah, you must have looked it up in the registry. Not that it did much good. It hasn't been updated in little under a decade when you obviously needed to. Aizawa's eyes narrowed in question. It's just .my quirk has always been kind of slow. The official entry was accurate for probably up to a year before anything like my allergies or my increased hearing became noticeable. I didn't even know I had claws until the entrance exam. Izuku looks away, a slightly bitter expression on his face. And my quirk didn't even come in at the right time, either. I was diagnosed quirkless for an entire year. Aizawa's eyebrows shoot up and an understanding reaches his eyes. He sighs and drags a hand down his face. What am I going to do with you, problem child? Izuku looks away, but Aizawa continues. Let's just hope whatever new revelation about you isn't quite as bad as the implications you're throwing forward. Recovery Girl chooses this time to enter the infirmary. I'm back. He's awake. Tired, but yes, he is. Aizawa answers. Good. It's about time. Recovery Girl walks towards Izuku, handing him some energy gummies. You drink this? It shouldn't do much, but I'm hoping since water will at least give you a little energy. You'll have to come back next morning for another heal, but it will have to make do until I can make gummies you aren't allergic to. Izuku thanks her and sips slowly. Although it doesn't have much of an effect, it doesn't take too long before Recovery Girl deems him well enough. She heals him again, and the burns on Izuku's torso and heal up. His arms look slightly better, and the burn on his face has left a slightly unnoticeable mark, unless someone was looking for it. Thank you. Izuku tries to stand but almost falls down, Aizawa catching him as he slumps. I'm sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Geez. Izuku steadies himself and heads for the door. Recovery Girl calls out another reminder before Izuku marches out, face slightly red. Izuku trudges towards the classroom, now in uniform, and slides open the door. Oh, hey man. Are you all right? Izuku looks up, surprised at the red-haired boy. The rest of the students crowd around him, talking quickly. Dude, you were amazing. So sick. Are you all right, Midoriya? I can't understand you guys when you do that. Izuku cries out. The students stop before the redhead speaks again. Sorry about that, man. It's just, you were so manly during the battle trials. I'm Kirishima Aijuru, by the way. He smiles, and the rest of the students begin introducing themselves, Izuku committing them to memory. Deku-kun. Are you all right? Uraraka bounces up. Yeah, mostly. He scratches the back of his head nervously. I didn't have enough energy to get fully healed though. I'll have to go back tomorrow before class. The bell rings, and everyone slowly trails out of the building until it's just Kirishima, Uraraka, Ida and Siro walking with him towards the station. Izuku isn't too sure of what he's got, but he knows it's a good thing. Izuku takes his seat, watching out the window as his teacher sends the press away. To be honest, he's very glad the press can't get onto campus without passes, because Izuku would hate to be singled out as the kid involved in too many kidnappings. Although the press usually only show up for the kidnappings where big names are involved, Izuku's still recognizable, despite his attempts to remain anonymous. Izuku's ears twitch in response as one journalist steps too far, activating the barrier. He sighs in relief, the last anxieties dissipating as the door gleams. Most of the press often tend to be very desperate for a story, and they tend to be grabby. Izuku rubs his hands down his tail, smoothing the fur as he tries to forget when a grabby journalist made a grab for the appendage. The bell for homeroom rings, and everyone shuffles into their seats. Aizawa-sensei walks in and stands at the podium, addressing the students. Izuku feels proud as he looks over the others and can remember their names. All right, class. I looked over your performances from the battle trial. Bakugu, grow up. You have talent, so use it. Midoriya, you can't always break your arms whenever you get desperate. Find a solution, and quick. Uraraka. Aizawa continues his critiques, but Izuku's mind wanders to his current predicament. He still can't control a single bit of One for All. He has no other references for the past users, and the only person he can talk to about it is All Might, which he knows from experience is a dead end. It didn't take too much talking to find out that All Might had a perfect grasp on One for All the moment he got it. Izuku snaps back to attention as Aizawa-sensei finishes up the critiques, bringing another thing to light. There is another thing I have to mention. The atmosphere in the room takes a spike before Aizawa-sensei talks again. You need to choose a class president. The class sighs in relief before taking in the statement, and several students shoot up, stating themselves the best choice. Izuku sinks in his seat at the disjointed noise, not even bothering to put his hand up when Ida yells out, "Be quiet! This position is one of the highest honor and responsibility. I propose a vote." Ida still raises his hand while speaking, showing that he also wants to be president. Ashui-san turns around to speak. It's too early to have any trust in anyone. How do we know everyone won't vote for themselves? Then we know that whoever got multiple votes is trustworthy. Is this all right, sensei? Ida answers quickly and efficiently. Just do something. Aizawa-sensei deadpants, before falling asleep in his sleeping bag. The votes are tallied and quickly counted up, and suddenly Izuku finds himself standing at the front next to Yaoyorozu-san. Alright, so Midoriya is president and Yaoyorozu is vice president. Great. Yaoyorozu stands next to him, looking worried and a bit dejected as he stands there nervously. Aizawa-sensei makes everyone go back to their seats and continue class. Man, they have everything. Uraraka looks at her tray. Ugh, are you guys sure I can be class president? Izuku trails nervously. Sure, you can do it. You'll be fine. You've got good judgment when it truly comes to it. It's one of the reasons I voted for you. Ida's assurance helps slightly more than Uraraka's, but not much. Didn't you really want to be class president, though, Ida? You even look like one. You've got the glasses and everything. Izuku isn't sure if Uraraka means to imply that Ida looks like a stereotype or not, but he isn't about to push the matter. As I said earlier, merely wishing for the position does not qualify you. I only followed my judgment. Gosh, Ida, you speak so proper. Uraraka gasps. Are you a rich boy? I don't like it when it's brought to attention, but yes I am, as you say, a rich boy. My family has been in heroics for generations. I am currently the second son. Izuku is excited, knowing more about his friend, and Uraraka appears to be just as excited. Do you know of Turbo Hero, Ingenium? Izuku straightens from his laying on the table. Of course. That's the incredibly fast hero with over 60 sidekicks, right? Wait, don't tell me Dash? Of course. He happens to be my older brother. Ida shines with pride, smiling. He's an amazing hero who prizes rules and guides the people. I aspire to be just like him. However, currently, I think it's a bit too early for me to be in a leadership position. It's why I voted for you, instead Midoriya. Uraraka comments on his smile and the two begin a back and forth, Izuku watching. Comfortably. The moment stops instantly when a blaring alarm goes off, Izuku springing up. An older student informs the trio of what's going on, and the three end up getting swept into the crowd as panic overtakes everyone. Aida! Izuku cries out, being shoved back by the wild students. The elbows and limbs smashing into him aggravate his recently healed wounds, and the deafening noise overwhelms the sensitive ears. Izuku's eyes just barely catch Ida rising up as the catboy hits the windows. A whirring sound catches people's attention, and a slam causes the students to pause in their stampede. Ida's voice rings out over any commotion. Everyone, please stay calm. It's okay. It's just the press. Please behave yourselves in a manner befitting this great institution. Izuku can't help but snort at Ida's position above the emergency exit sign. The crowd calmed, many looking out of the windows to confirm the situation for themselves, and it only took a little longer before the intercom came back on, instructing students to return to their seats. Izuku shakily stood up and walked back to his table. Just a mistake, nothing's happening. It couldn't stop Izuku from stewing in his anxiety for the rest of the lunch PRD, or even the rest of the day after handing the position of class president over to Ida, as the wariness refused to leave. Izuku barely slept that night, waking at every movement and creak in the house. The bus is actually quite nice, once Ida gets over the shock of it not being standard seating. Izuku sits next to Tsuchan, tail waving as the bus fills with chatter. Although it seems everyone chose to go in their hero uniforms, Izuku had no choice but to opt for his gym clothes with his hero gear. Can't make a choice if there isn't a second option available. Hey, Midoriya-kun, I always say what I'm thinking, and I was wondering. Your quirk is a lot like All Might's, isn't it? Izuku can't say he was surprised by the observation, but oddly enough, it bothers him. He grabs his tail, petting it back and forth continuously, going over the tracker bell. Really? I mean, sure, my quirk has an amplification part, but that's about it, right? Izuku squirms slightly, but doesn't avert his eyes, knowing from experience it will just raise suspicions. Yeah, Azui. All Might doesn't get hurt either. To be honest, Midoriya, I'm a little jealous. Your quirk is pretty flashy, even without the strength part. My hardening can't really compare. Kirishima, although quick to compliment, is also quick to put himself down. Don't be so hard on yourself, Kirishima. I can think up tons of uses for your quirk. It's extremely useful. I know you'll be a great pro. Izuku jumps to Kirishima's own quirk's defense. His voice turns somber at the last statements. Although flashy, huh? You've got that right. The few people close enough to hear Izuku watch in concern at the last part, but the chatter quickly moves to flashy quirks in general. The discussion moves to Bakugu, although it soon turns to make fun of him. Izuku watches on in surprise at the event as Kaminari teases the exploding boy. The students all crowd at the top of the steps, overlooking the huge facility before them. The space hero, 13, introduces the area as the USJ, which even the students can't deny was probably done to mimic Universal Studios Japan. Although the lack of All Might is concerning, it's quickly assured when Izuku sees 13 show 3 fingers to Aizawa-sensei. He used up all his time, didn't he? 13 turns back to the students. Before we begin, I have one thing, or two things, or 3.4.5 today anyways. As you most likely know, my quirk is called Black Hole. No matter what material is SCKD in will inevitably turn to dust. And you've used it to help in countless rescue and disaster efforts. Uraraka says excitedly, and Izuku is stuck trying not to laugh as Uraraka vibrates next to him. Yes. However, it is also a power which could easily kill. It's no different than anyone else's quirk, for that matter. Please don't forget that each of you possesses a quirk that could easily be used to maim or kill. In Aizawa's quirk physical, you saw the limits of your quirk, and in All Might's battle training, you became aware of the danger quirks can pose to those around you. This lesson will serve as a new start, where you'll use your quirks to save. 13 announces to the students. Your quirks do not exist solely for creating pain. I look forward to seeing how you perform in this exercise. They take a bow as the class begins applauding and cheering. Izuku's tail goes stiff, and his ears point outwards as a cold chill runs down his spine. Aizawa-sensei turns around at the reaction, and the two of them watch as a spiraling, dark hole opens in the center of the dome. Dread tears a hole in his stomach as a hand appears, grabbing the edge of the portal, and a piercing red eye pokes out, soon followed by many more. Are those villains? What the hell is going on? Huddle together. Don't move. Aizawa orders quickly, the rest of the class growing confused. Izuku is reminded of his cautious anxiety as it slams back into him full force. The class grows confused until a whisper escapes Izuku's mouth. Villains. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa pulls his goggles on and faces down the steps as a chilling voice rises from the center, the void seeming to manifest. Eraserhead and 13. According to the schedule, All Might should be here. The pale man, covered in what Izuku is sure are disembodied hands, speaks in a raspy voice. Where is he? We went through all this trouble and gathered so many here. Don't tell me he isn't here? Maybe he'll show up if we kill some kids. The entire class freezes in place, fear replacing any lingering confusion as the situation is made clear. Aizawa-sensei's scarf orbits around him as his hair rises. He steps forward to the edge of the stairs. Aizawa-sensei, you can't. Go down there, there's too many of them. Izuku calls out worriedly. The man simply turns back as he jumps. No hero is a one-trick pony, Midoriya. 13. Initiate the evacuation procedure, and try calling the school. If the alarms aren't going off, then they're probably blocking the signal. Kaminari, you try contacting them too. Protect yourself, that's an order. He falls down to the growing crowd of villains, engaging immediately. Izuku watches worriedly, before turning back to 13. This is no time to watch. Everyone evacuate. 13 yells, but a black mist cuts them off. I'm afraid I can't allow that, the dark figure interrupts. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. I apologize for the interruption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter this base of heroes in order to engage with your symbol of peace. It would be excellent if he were to allow us the opportunity to extinguish him, you see. 13's quirk activates, the caps on their fingers opening as the shadow speaks. He is supposed to be here, is he not? No matter. This here is my role. Bakugo and Kirishima don't allow him for a chance to continue, attacking the gaping void, but proving fruitless. That was close, although it should have been expected. Although you may be children, you still are this school's golden eggs. It means nothing. I will scatter you endlessly. Struggle as you wish, but your ends will inevitably come. The black mist spreads, blinding the class as the void swallows them whole, and Izuku feels himself begin to fall. Tsukachi didn't mind the amount of paperwork he had too often, but nobody ever truly enjoys paperwork, especially when it was about All Might. Which is why, when Tsukachi's phone buzzed, he took the chance for a break. Not many people text him, so the fact that it was Izuku who texted him wasn't too alarming. Well, it wouldn't be alarming if he wasn't supposed to be at school right now, and if it were an actual text and not his tracker going off. He's supposed to have a signal at all times at UA, his trackers are built to last. Something's wrong. Tsukachi doesn't even take a moment before he calls Principal Nedzu's personal number. The animal had a habit of cornering teachers in the staff lounge and lecturing them, so his office number would be a call to be missed. It picks up in 2 rings, and Tsukachi doesn't even allow the animal to finish speaking. Nedzu, this is Detective Tsukachi. I'm calling out of concern for a student. You wouldn't happen to know where Class 1A is currently, would you? HM? While this is a bit sudden, I do happen to know that, Tsukachi-san. Class 1A went for a class trip to the Unforeseen Simulations Joint, a disaster simulation facility here on campus. I believe they just arrived. What is your reason for concern in particular? The detective sighs. A student of that class, Midoriya Izuku, wears a tracker at all times, connected directly to my phone. I'm immediately alerted to his last known location if Izuku purposefully causes the tracker to send his location, or if the signal is cut off forcibly. Since UA has a campus-wide signal, his tracker shouldn't have sent out a signal. Netsu quickly leaves the exhausted and lectured form of All Might, heading to his office. For what reason does the boy wear the tracker? Netsu inquires. Tsukachi sighs, more weary than before. Due to his quirk, Izuku's a constant target for kidnappings. Although, we aren't sure why exactly he's so sought after. He built the tracker himself out of necessity. The tracker is incredibly durable and waterproof, so it shouldn't have been broken from any accident or training. It honestly has been a great help in the past few years since it was built. Oh dear. That's quite worrying indeed. I wonder why I was not informed of this. Netsu hums, and logs into his computer, quickly checking the cameras mounted in the USJ. Although the feed remains steady for a majority of the day, it cuts out soon after the students enter the facility. Humming quizzically, the mouse-bear-dog hybrid looks through the feed, frame by frame, until he stops on one in particular, showcasing a hand reaching out through a black portal. Alarm fills him as he looks at the other cameras. Multiple portals spread around the area, figures exiting in a steady stream. Attempting to call the facility as well as both teachers' phones proves ineffective, and Netsu turns to the intercom. Attention! All pro heroes, please hurry towards the USJ facility. Students, please remain where you are and wait for your instructor to return. Netsu releases the button and the intercom squeaks off. Reaching for his radio, he turns it on to outpouring questions from multiple teachers. Ahem! There has been a break-in at the USJ, and Class 1A is in danger. I will be down shortly, so please hurry before any students get injured. Turning back to the phone call, Netsu calls for the detective's attention. Detective? We're going to need your expertise here as well. Not to worry, sir. I've already called out the order when you got on the intercom. We'll be there shortly. The two quickly say their goodbyes, and Tsukachi stands from his desk. Izuku better not be getting himself into trouble. Izuku was totally in trouble. After being spit out by the warp villain and being saved by Tsuyu, the two were at a loss of how to get to safety. Not to mention I look like a drowned cat. God, could this day get any worse? Something's weird. Tsuyu croaks in confusion. Izuku turns to her as they stay crouched on the cruise ship. Think about the situation, Tsuyu. They sent you, a frog quirk user, to a water zone? And look at them. Izuku tilts his head towards the many villains waiting in the water, a clear distance set between them and the ship. They're being careful. That means they don't know our quirks. Why would they stage an attack on UA, but not research the class they're attacking? That is strange. Midoriya. Tsuyu rebits. But you heard what they said about killing All Might. There's no way they would come to UA unless they knew they could do it. Why are these people so unprepared then? Yet something deeper is going on here. I don't think these people are part of any group. They must have been recruited to distract from the real gold, but it's incredibly risky, no matter what. UA is one of the most fortified places in Japan, not to mention how many heroes are constantly on site. It would be stupid to attack UA unless they had something foolproof. There's definitely something going on behind this. Izuku turns back to Tsuyu, a question on his tongue, but a cracking noise interrupts him as the ship is cleaved in half, rocking dangerously as it slowly begins to sink. We don't have time to think about the reasons. We won't even have a minute before this thing sinks. Tsuyu, we've gotta go. Izuku steps forward to the edge of the sinking ship, 1 foot on the railing. His ears twitch with every noise. We aren't training to be heroes for nothing. Let's go. Izuku calls forth one for all, concentrating the power in his fingers. As he jumps off the boat towards the villains, a deafening roar bursts from his throat. Izuku flicks his fingers down with an almost impossible strength, and the water reacts as expected. Tsuyu. She's already jumping forward, tongue wrapping around Izuku's waist. The two are launched forward as the waves crash, a huge knock-up surging upwards before falling back down, pushing all the villains towards the quickly forming whirlpool. The two teenagers splash into the water just offshore, watching warily as the villains behind them get stuck in the spin. Izuku shakes his head, dispelling the water that clings to his hair. Tsuyu and he wade through the water, heading towards the stairs. Izuku didn't think he'd ever forget the scene that lay upon them as they reached the plaza. Their teacher, his arm disintegrating as skin and muscle come apart in bloody flakes, the hand-covered villain leaning in tauntingly. Izuku can't make out the words the pale-haired man says, but his tone is all too clear, and it's too late when the black blur overtakes his sight, clouds of dust forming at the sudden movement. When it finally clears, the sight sends his stomach rolling even worse. A giant, black beast sat on top of their teacher, holding him down. Aizawa's arm lay limp in its grasp, bloody and broken, and the creature's beak no maw open to show jagged, sharp teeth. It screamed as Aizawa-sensei's hand twitched uselessly. Tsu and Izuku could only stand, eyes wide and stomachs turning as they watched their teacher be overcome by the creature. A sound of pain made its way from Aizawa as the thing lifted his broken arm. Their teacher tried to what? Steady himself? Prepare himself? Izuku isn't sure, but he does know that it only took seconds for the monster to break the other arm. Izuku stares with an empty mind as Tsu sinks down. In the water, nauseous. The black mist from earlier appears, and the warp quirk villain appears beside the pale-haired man. Shigaraki Tamura. He addresses the pale man. Kurogiri then, is 13 dead? They have been incapacitated. However, I regret to admit that the remaining students overwhelmed me and one escaped. The villain, Shigaraki, turns to the mist, his hands clenching and his shoulders shaking with barely restrained rage. Ha! Ugh. Kurogiri, yet if you can't be a proper warp gate, then what use was this? Shigaraki began scratching at his neck furiously. There's no way we can win if they throw tons of pros at us, it's game over. For now, at least, should we run? He stops in his scratching, arms lowering. Tsuyu turns to him, worried. Midoriya, this is weird. Why yet? Turning back after doing practically nothing? Shigaraki looks around the area, slowly but calmly. Before we leave, it'd be a waste not to kill a few kids. He's in front of Izuku before he even knew it, hand outstretched. He shoots past Izuku, heading straight towards Tsuyu, and it's only years of ingrained reflexes that let him grab the girl's shoulders, switching their places effortlessly. A hand clamps down on his face, pure fear leaving his muscles tensed, but nothing happens. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Aizawa's eyes are glowing red as blood trails down his face, and his body shakes with effort it took just to look up. The monster smashes his head into the pavement, cracks forming in the concrete from the pressure. Izuku's hand flies up, grabbing the man's wrist and twisting violently, ripping the hand away. Shigaraki yells, and his other hand comes up to strike. You brat! A portal opens, stopping Shigaraki from reaching Izuku. Kurogiri! What the hell are you doing? Wait a moment, Shigaraki Tamura. If I am not mistaken, this is the child the underground has been hunting for several years. If we were to capture him, I'm sure he would be worth a lot more alive than dead. Izuku's veins turn to ice as the mist speaks. What do you mean? Shigaraki sounds curious but still annoyed. There's a rumor in the underground, speaking of a male calico quirked. I am quite certain this is the boy they are referring to. If we were to catch this child, he could act as a useful tool when working with other villains. Think of it as a side quest. Izuku can't stop the rush of desperate anger that flows through him. I'm nothing except a tool, huh? A side quest, huh? Nomu, grab it. A large, black hand grabs onto his arm, and Izuku is pulled out of the water and held in the air. The creature dangles him above the ground, gripped tight on his arm as Izuku struggles. The Nomu walks towards the two villains, and Izuku's stomach is dropping faster. Quit struggling. It's so annoying. You handicap beefy. Izuku says unthinkingly, the only thing going through his mind is to stall. F you? How is that going to help me? You little dash? Nomu. Only takes a word and the forceful grip turns crushing as a clear snap is heard, Izuku's arm breaking at the elbow. Izuku stops struggling, a wave of nausea and pain washing over him as the creature takes his other arm, crushing it in another resounding crack. Tears prick his eyes, and Kurogiri opens a portal just as the doors to the facility burst open. "Have no fear, for I am here." All Might stands at the top of the steps, teeth bared in a grimace. Izuku can barely focus on the hero as the Nomu dangles him in the air by his broken arms. Continue," Shigaraki laughs lowly. "We were waiting for you, hero." He barely gets the word out before All Might rushes forward, knocking out the crowd of villains gathered in the plaza. He picks up Aizawa-sensei and deposits him at the base of the steps, doing the same for Tsuyu before he comes to a stop in front of the three villains. Shigaraki crouches down, picking up the disembodied hand that had fallen when All Might grabbed Tsuyu. "Father? He hit you while saving that kid. That he really is fast, huh?" My eyes couldn't follow him, but that not as fast as expected. "You really are getting weaker, All Might." Shigaraki glares at All Might, and Tsuyu tries to give a warning. All Might only ignores her, stepping forward while giving reassurances. "Carolina, Nomu." Smash. All Might strikes forward as the Nomu drops Izuku and rushes forward, taking the hit for Shigaraki. All Might continues fighting the Nomu, but is matched blow for blow by the hulking creature. What the dash? What is this thing? It was made just for this, All Might. With its shock absorption quirk, the only way you could hurt it was if you slowly, steadily scooped its guts out, but it letting you do that is another story. Izuku lies on the ground, holding back tears as he slowly crawls away with mangled arms. All Might continues fighting the creature, kicking up clouds of dust as the concrete breaks beneath them. Izuku wants to believe All Might can defeat the Nomu with no problem, but with what the Hero News said this morning and how All Might didn't show up for class, Izuku's certain the man reached his limit long ago. The dust settles, and All Might is the only one in trouble, his body separated between two portals as he tries to hold down the Nomu. Izuku feels his hope begin to die as the situation seems to grow more dire without any sign of help. "All Might." The words slip out before Izuku can stop them, and Shigaraki's eyes focus back onto Izuku as Izuku halts his escape. "You thought you could escape, did you?" Shigaraki walks close, grabbing Izuku by the front of his shirt. The man's face spreads into a manic grin, and he throws Izuku back to where he started, smiling wider as Izuku fails to hold back his pained noises. "I wondered would it be more damaging for a student to die, or to be taken?" The smile on Shigaraki's face is visible, even past the severed hand, and it only disturbs Izuku further. He walks close and presses his fingers onto Izuku's broken elbow, gripping painfully with all but one finger. "I can't wait to see." The last finger touches down, and Izuku's arm burns as muscle and skin flake away. Izuku screams as a gunshot rings through the air and Shigaraki jerks suddenly, blood spurting as a pained grunt makes its way through his clenched teeth. More gunshots ring through the air as the temperature drops, and Izuku hears the crackle of ice out of the corner of his eye. An explosion rings out, and a loud curse resonates as a bloodied Shigaraki falls through a portal, his red eyes meeting Izuku's as the portal closes. Izuku catches the sight of the teachers standing at the top steps, most dashing off to separate areas already, and Izuku relaxes, then tenses up again. Waves of pain flood his senses, as his broken arms lay limp beside him. It's all he can do not to cry as he welcomes the encroaching darkness. Izuku wakes, suddenly and sporadically, muscles clenching in preparation for an unseen threat. His fingers flex and his arms twinge with pain, but the steady weight of 2 casts on his arms soothes him from his waking panic. Taking a steadying breath, Izuku takes a look around the room. The walls are white and devoid of any patterns or colors. Beds similar to the one Izuku lays in surround him, and mint green curtains are drawn, hiding the rest of the infirmary. A second cursory glance shows the computer recovery girl often sits at, and he finds the last dredges of his panic drifting away as he realizes he's still in UA. He finds himself lonely in the silence and wishes he could at least make some noise, but his throat is oddly dry and it's hard to even bring up the will to speak. There's no beeping monitors or crackling machines to fill the air. Izuku can't bring himself to break the silence, but he doesn't wish to revel in it either. Thankfully, he doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't take much time for the door to slide open, and his pseudo-detective dad enters the room with a tired look on his face. It takes Tsukachi a moment to gain his bearings once he sees Izuku, but eventually he races over to the bedside. Izuku, you had me so worried. I can't believe you. How does this always happen to you? It's ridiculous. The man instantly begins both venting and scolding Izuku simultaneously. Tsuka dash. Izuku starts, but quickly begins coughing once he begins. He doesn't stop talking, however, even as the detective tries to shove a cup of water into his face frantically. Achi-san. Tsukachi. See, calm down. I'm fine. You can see that. Izuku rushes to calm down Tsukachi from his relieved panic. Tsukachi's hands are on his face, checking around Izuku. Izuku doesn't doubt that he already freaked out while Izuku was asleep, but it never hurts to double-check. Tsukachi spends several more seconds checking Izuku over, before heaving a sigh of relief, bringing Izuku into a hug. Izuku slightly tenses at the sudden embrace, but a hand in his hair sends his muscles relaxing and his chest vibrating. Tsukachi-san chuckles and pulls back, pulling a chair up to Izuku's bedside. So, how are you doing, kiddo? It's been, he checks his watch. About a day since you passed out at the USJ. All the villains, except for 2, were arrested, there were no casualties, and out of everyone there, the only injuries were you, 13, and Eraserhead. Tsukachi-san barrels forward, answering the unasked questions he knew would form. Izuku relaxes onto his bed, tail waving and chest vibrating. Good. Thanks, Tsukachi. Izuku slumps as best he can with his arms in casts. How injured are 13 and Aizawa-sensei? I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but I know you'd probably get out of bed if I don't tell you. 13 had severe lacerations on their back, but they're currently stable and should be well soon. Eraserhead had both arms broken and his orbital floor had been cracked immensely, but the damage is reparable and he should be healed as well. Honestly, Izuku, although I hate when you act recklessly, it's a good thing you did. If you hadn't gotten the villain's attention away from Eraserhead, he could have had permanent damage. Tsukachi sighs. I'd do it again, Tsukachi-san. Izuku says firmly, but not unhappy. I know you would, kid. Also, what have I said about calling me Tsukachi-san? You can drop the suffix at least. Tsukachi huffs before looking down at his papers. I hate to ask you so soon after waking up, Izuku, but I'll need your testimony of the events. Even with all the information those villains seemingly handed out, we've got no leads on either Kurojirai or Shigaraki Tamura in any way. Izuku looks at him before sighing. Hopefully, his testimony could help at least somewhat. The bell rings just as the last of the students take their seats. A quiet buzzing of questions fills the room as the class of 18, 1 expelled, 1 absent, waits. Questions like, who's going to teach us today? Where's Midoriya? And are they all right? Fill the air. Much to their surprise, both Izuku and Aizawa walk in, arms in casts, and their teacher having light bandaging covering the top half of his face. The man nods to Izuku, and the two part, Izuku taking a seat at his desk while Aizawa stands at the podium. Shouted questions of, should you really be teaching? And the like are quickly silenced by a quirk-powered glare from the man in question. Don't concern yourselves with either me or Midoriya. What you should be really focusing on is what comes next. Several questions rise up, some anxious, some not. Aizawa-sensei lets a dramatic pause go on long enough to hike up the tension in the room before shortly stating, UA's sports festival is coming soon. The class relaxes at the drop-in atmosphere from the normal school activity, before pausing. Wait, isn't it a little soon to be holding the sports festival right after a villain attack? What if they infiltrate it? Juru is quick to speak. We're going to be beefing up security with that in mind. Not only is it a way to show to the public that we're unaffected by the attack, but it's also a way to reassure the people that the heroes are still strong. Apparently, the police presence at the festival will be 5 times larger than usual, but enough about that. What you should all be aware of are the chances the sports festival grants you. Aizawa-sensei looks forward pointedly. This is not something we can cancel over a single attack, nor is it something you all should want to pass up. Izuku finds his tail swishing through the air as Aizawa-sensei continues. Our sports festival is one of the most watched events in Japan and even in other countries. It's on a scale that's completely replaced the Olympics. All the top heroes in the country are sure to be watching. It's the perfect time for scouting. Yairose-san speaks up, quickly lighting a fire in the eyes of the last anxious students. I'm thinking of becoming a sidekick for an agency once I graduate. Kaminari seems confident in his plan but is quickly shot down by Jairu. Loads of people get stuck in the sidekick position and never get any farther. You seem just like the kind of person to have that happen to them. Jairu bites out before Aizawa-sensei regathers the class attention, getting to the point of the announcement. Naturally, entering the agency of a famous pro hero will get you a higher status and more experience faster than others. Don't forget, you only have 3 chances to get noticed by a pro. Don't waste your time. Class dismissed. The class separates into the newly formed cliques as Aizawa-sensei turns to take a nap. What the dash? Uraraka stood at the open door, a crowd of unrecognizable faces stopping their exit. The chatter of the crowd fills the classroom, and Izuku finds himself shrinking away, ears flattening. He pulls his recently healed arms to his sides, staring at the crowd warily. Bakuga bites out a quick and swear-filled speech that actually helpfully explains why the crowd is there while still looking like a major a-hole. Why can't we catch a break? We just had to go through a villain attack, and now this? Although, props to Bakugo for managing to keep his delinquent image while still being a total nerd. Ida reprimands Bakugo, but Izuku is distracted as an oddly familiar, yet unfamiliar voice waves in from the crowd. A tall, wild-haired kid makes his way to the front of the crowd. I wanted to see what our future heroes look like, but if this is all there is, I'm a little disappointed. Are all the hero kids this arrogant, or is it just you? The familiar but not voice calls out in a dull tone. Huh? Bakugo responds, palms sparking with tiny explosions. Izuku would cut in, but he's too distracted by the purple-haired boy. Purple like space and magic and stars. The words bounce around in his head, sending him deeper into his thoughts as the scene in front of him continues. Based on how well you do in the sports festival, students can come under review to be transferred into the heroics course, but the opposite is also true. Checking out the competition? Don't be stupid. This is a declaration of war. A memory comes clear, never forgotten, but dulled in the stress of constant threats and kidnappings. A memory of a boy too embittered with society to be happy, even at the age of 6. The boy stands in the doorway, looking out into classroom 1A. His eyes pan the room, obviously sizing everyone up, but his eyes stop on Izuku. Izuku stands there, staring. 1 foot forward, but too surprised to move any farther. Izuku waits, blood rushing in his ears, for any sign of recognition. Any change in expression, anything. Please tell me I wasn't forgotten. Did I mean anything to you? Izuku's face falls as Hitoshi's eyes move away without a hint of recognition. Old, forgotten anxieties return with a renewed vigor as Izuku watches him walk back into the crowd without a second glance. A harsh voice that Izuku had always thought of as his own began to taunt him, cruel words attacking him about the one thing he ever fought himself about. He left for a reason. You were probably getting annoying anyway, considering how you never shut up. So, he probably never even wanted to be around you. You help him one time, and suddenly he's your best friend? The world doesn't work that way, and you know it. Shut up. He must have realized how useless you are since he didn't even bother to remember you. You really are useless, since the only people who care about you are the people who are forced to be around you. Izuku robotically trudges out of the classroom, walking past the crowd even as the 1B student jumps up shouting. His tail sweeps the ground as he walks, ears flattened, and the grip on his backpack straps turn his knuckles white. The students let him pass, either with disdainful looks or awkward confusion. Ida and Uraraka don't follow, either being blocked by the crowd or too surprised to be able to follow fast enough. You've only ever been a burden. Izuku walks home, eyes downwards and attention wandering. Never a good mix for him. Down the hall from class 1A, Shinso Hitoshi can't get a certain cat boy out of his head. He only saw him for a few seconds at most, but it was enough to cement the kid's presence in his thoughts. It's just that Hitoshi really likes cats, okay? He's never been sure where the borderline obsession came from, but he's liked cats ever since he was a kid. Not only that, but he swears he's seen the kid around before coming to you. A distant murrow cuts off his thoughts as Hitoshi looks to the side, moving towards the gray cat he's seen lurking around the campus entrance. Cats are often his only source of happiness for him, as even though his current foster family seems intent on holding on to him, they haven't associated with him further than what is strictly necessary. It's better than before, though. Gone through multiple foster homes in the past. Thankfully, of the worst household, he got out with little more than a small scar on his ankle and some old trauma, but he'd rather not go through anything like it again. A smile forms on his face as he thinks of the time before that utter horror house. He can't remember much of his early childhood, something Hitoshi had chalked up to a side effect of the stress, but he always gets an odd happy feeling whenever he thinks about it. It's something he misses, and he thinks about the memories often, but he never goes any further than simple thoughts. Too unwilling to break any illusion that may lay. The most he can remember is a feeling of happiness, something about cats, and a small boy with green eyes and a passion for heroes. The more he tries to remember, the blurrier the details get, but little things like games and discussions can jump back at him at times. Hitoshi sighs, waving the nostalgic thoughts from his mind. Those Hero Course students won't get their comeuppance on their own, after all. It only took 3 days after the sports festival announcement for Aizawa-sensei to find out exactly how the heroes got word of the attack, even with the signals down. Although, that's counting the day I was unconscious and the day school was out. Of course, Izuku didn't think that the man thought he'd find out during his patrol rather than, say, a meeting of sorts, but Izuku's never been a very lucky person. It's not exactly Izuku's fault that he keeps getting kidnapped. He took as many precautions as he could without breaking the law, but it seems nothing he does will ever be enough to stop them. It was only around 4 o'clock when he got nabbed. Right around when school gets out. And right when I'm having a massive mental meltdown. Alliteration. The kidnapping itself wasn't well coordinated. It was flashy, it was sloppy, and it was hurried. Of course, being shoved into a large burlap bag headfirst isn't the type of thing to spell out professional job in the first place. A quick kick to the stomach and a hit to the head disoriented Izuku enough to be picked up and tossed into the back of what felt like a small van. Probably a DLVOI truck. A loud thunk. Echoes and pain blossoms along the back of Izuku's head. Sheet, I hope that wasn't a concussion. Izuku's eyes shut for only a moment, but they stay closed for much longer. The next time he opens his eyes, he's being shaken awake and a headache is throbbing behind his eyes as pain radiates from his head. Hey Midoriya. Midoriya, you have to keep your eyes open. Izuku, calm down. A gruff voice snaps Izuku out of his fading awareness, and his breathing slowly evens out, not even realizing when it picked up. Izuku, can you understand me? The gruff voice, now recognized as his homeroom teacher, calls out again. Aizawa-sensei? Izuku's voice is slow and slightly slurred. I jeet kidnapped AGN? I'm SRY, I didn't mean to let it happen again. Doing so well. I'm SRY. I'll do better next time. The hands on his shoulders holding him up tense slightly, before relaxing again, one rising up to scratch at Izuku's head. You're fine, kid. The police are on their way here. Do you remember how it happened? A comforting purr marks the last of Izuku's worries as the words slowly filter through his mind. Das calming? Das good. He's nice. The words slip out lazily, despite any attempts to correct said slur. I don't remember how it happened. I'm sorry, Aizawa-sensei, I'll try harder next time. The low drone of police cars fills the air and Izuku relaxes completely. He dully registers as a paramedic checks him over, but immediately after that, Tsukachi-san makes his way over. Oh, Izuku, not again. Is he all right? He directs the question to Aizawa-sensei, who quickly answers with a quick, he's concussed. What did he mean by again? Tsukachi-san sighs, before groaning. His mother is going to be so disappointed. It had been so long since the last one too. I wish this would stop happening to you, Izuku. I'm sorry, Dad-san. He calls me dad, but he still won't drop the san? The mutter slips out. Just try to relax, Izuku. Izuku shifts slightly, wincing as his head is jostled. Izuku stays awake, mind dull but relaxed as the police continue their usual procedure before he's taken to the hospital. Most likely for overnight observation. Izuku doesn't get hurt badly enough to warrant a hospital visit too often, but it happens more than any normal kid. Soon enough, one of the paramedics gives Aizawa-sensei and Tsukachi-san the okay on his health, and Izuku slips into a deep, empty sleep. A faint pulsing in his head slowly brings Izuku back to awareness. The sound of steady breathing floats in from the side, and Izuku quickly becomes aware of his chest vibrating comfortingly, stopping any sort of panic before it even begins. God, I really do purr, don't I? I can't deny at this point. He blinks his eyes open, shading his eyes from the almost blinding light before he adjusts. The steady breathing next to him catches for a second, the body shifting, but Izuku continues purring at a slightly louder level, and the breathing soon steadies out again. Huffing a sigh, Izuku slowly lifts himself into a sitting position and looks over at the sleeping form of his teacher. It's half obvious, just from the way he leans over, that Aizawa didn't mean to fall asleep on the bed. He's leaning out of a chair, which can't be very comfortable, and the other half is directly on top of the bed. Izuku smiles and glances around the hospital room before shaking the man awake. Aizawa-sensei, wake up. Izuku waits until the man sits up, eyes closed and joints creaking. Ugh, what time is it? The tired man yawns, rubbing his left elbow as he wakes. Izuku can't help but mirror the action as the stiffness in his own elbow registers, the muscles pulling oddly after being decayed. I wouldn't know, sensei. A concussion. With that, Aizawa jolts, eyes open, and stares at Izuku before groaning. You are the worst student I've ever had. What kind of kid doesn't tell their pro-hero teachers that he gets chronically kidnapped? Izuku shrinks at the words, scratching the back of his head. What kid wants to admit they wear a tracker because they get chronically kidnapped? Izuku jokes avoidantly. He curls his tail upwards, checking to see if his tracker is still attached, and waves the soundless bell in the air. The antenna sticks out at an odd angle. Aizawa-sensei sighs before staring at Izuku, eyes narrowed. When were you planning on telling me this, if at all, Midoriya? His voice is stern and reprimanding. Izuku gulps and looks down, messing with his fingers. I had hoped they would have stopped when I started going to you, but I guess I know not to count on my luck for anything. Izuku's face slides into a wry grin. I mean, even Shigaraki tried to kidnap me, even if it was just a side quest. I can't imagine what would happen if he actually tried going for me seriously. It'd be like grade 5 all over again. Izuku's voice gets quieter and quieter as he delves into his thoughts, but Aizawa only gets more alert the longer he speaks. Midoriya, how long has this been going on, these kidnappings? Izuku only shrinks down further. It started when I got kidnapped the first time, which is when you and Mike-san saved me, and it never, stopped? So, about 8 years, give or take. Izuku smiles nervously at Aizawa, but it falls flat when the man only stares, eyes wider than Izuku's ever seen before. He quickly quits in his effort to lighten the mood, eyes moving to his lap. The police have tried everything to get them to stop, but it's impossible when half the time it's just random attacks. It's nice, I guess, to know the reason why all these people choose me specifically, but does it matter if the only reason is my useless quirk? Izuku's face scrunches up, tears gathering at the corner of his eyes. His hands curl up into shaking fists as sobs exit from his clenched teeth. It wasn't even a specific part of my quirk. They aren't interested in why in the hell it's so slow to manifest, they don't care about any enhancements it gives. Izuku forces the words out of his clenched jaw, the statement strained as pained sobs rack his body. I'm not even useful to them. I'm just a. His body stills, trembling and sobbing, and his upper body goes almost limp. Staying upright, but looking like nothing more than a puppet on its last strings. I'm just a trophy. Aizawa stares, surprised and unsure of what to do. Even in all of his years of experience as a pro hero, he's never run into a situation like this. It's almost laughable at first glance, how ridiculous it sounds. It's like something one would see on a TV show, but there Izuku sits, sobbing his eyes out from the added stress of being continually kidnapped. For the sole purpose of making money. He shakes himself out of his surprised state and reaches forward, shaking Izuku's shoulder. Hey Midoriya. Listen to me. You are anything but a trophy. You never have and you never will be. You are a hero. Don't forget that. Izuku nods, sobs subsiding, but he doesn't seem any better or worse. Aizawa stands, phone in hand and walks towards the door. I'll go call Tsukachi and wrap this whole thing up. Maybe we can get you home soon enough to get you to school on time. He exits, leaving Izuku sitting on the hospital bed without a clue of what he's supposed to do. Sighing, Izuku stands up from the bed. Taking a moment to steady himself, he looks around the room until he spots his folded-up clothes and his backpack. He quickly dresses and grabs his phone, sitting back down. 5:56 a.m. Let's hope he can get something done in the midst of his swirling thoughts. Izuku sits nervously, rubbing his palms on his pants. The rest of Class 1A loiters around in the waiting room, minutes before the start of the sports festival. The booming sound of Present Mic's voice can be heard, muffled by the layers of concrete, but still audible. The last few weeks were alright in terms of preparing, but I didn't really manage to get any farther with One for All. I can only concentrate the power, rather than diminish it at all. Although, I figured out that spreading the power out helps slightly, but I can't tell how much of a difference it makes. Izuku's eyes are drawn to Todoroki as the boy stands, the ice user staring him directly in the eyes. Izuku gulps, anxious from the cold stare. What is it, Todoroki-kun? Izuku asks quickly, hoping to get it over with. Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you. More capable. Huh. Indignation flashes through Izuku before fading. Yeah, I guess. Why? The rest of the class titters, either in excitement or wishing to stop the growing tension. All Might has his eye on you. I'm not going to pry, but just know, I will beat you. Izuku stands, unsure of how to react. Murmuring breaks out in between the class, when Kirishima steps forward. Hey man, why are you picking a fight right now? We're about to go out. Todoroki shrugs Kirishima's hand off his shoulder, turning to the door. I don't care. I'm not here to make friends with any of you, anyways. Another flash of anger strikes through at the cold attitude. Izuku steps forward, expression set. His eyes blaze ahead at Todoroki. He doesn't know why Todoroki feels obligated to beat him specifically, but Izuku isn't about to lie down and take it. Todoroki-kun, I hope you don't expect to win without full effort. I'll be putting my all into this, and I expect the same of you. Izuku almost glares at Todoroki, his tail straightening and his ears standing up. The sound of Present Mic calling for 1A filters in through the speaker, and everyone stands, confident grins lighting on their faces as they march out onto the field. Present Mic's booming voice echoes around the gigantic stadium, calling out the classes as they walk out, announcing the presence of Class 1A to a much higher degree than the rest. The other departments look over at them, glaring as the attention is fully focused on the heroics classes. Izuku looks away the second he spots the purple-haired head poking out from the edge of one group, confidence wilting before quickly building itself back up. Midnight makes herself known from atop the high stage she stands on. Now, play nice. Her whip cracks through the air, effectively gaining the stadium's attention. Now, student representative, Bakugo Katsuki of 1A. Bakugo walks evenly to the microphone, hands in his pockets. I didn't even know these gym uniforms came with pockets. Izuku and the rest of 1A watch on anxiously, begging the brash teen to not anger the rest of the stadium. I'm going to win. Bakugo's voice rings out in a dull tone as his face is set in stone. Thick silence reigns for far too long, before an eruption of yelling rings out. Even Class 1A yells as shouts of defiance and anger tore from the other departments. Ah man, I knew he was gonna do it, but still. Kirishima yells out despondently as Bakugo walks back to the crowd of students, egging the other departments on further as he continues making rude gestures at them. Alright. With that, we're jumping straight into the first event. Midnight quickly ends the wave of boos, setting the festival back on track. A holographic screen appears with flashing words constantly appearing and then disappearing. Eventually, the animated spinning stops on the words, Obstacle Race. The first round passed quickly, with Izuku clawing and leaping his way past as many obstacles as possible. An equal mix of focus and determination swirling together made the race pass in a haze as he instinctively grabbed anything he deemed necessary. Still, he couldn't deny the rush of adrenaline that rose as he slammed the metal plate into the ground, destroying even more mines and sending himself blasting forward once more as Todoroki and Bakugo were blasted back. Incredible! Who could have predicted this? The first place lead is no other than Midoriya Izuku. I can't wait to see what comes next from this wild card. Izuku took a second, allowing the outside noises of the audience to slowly filter back in as his intense focus faded. He shook off the last burst of energy as he came to a stop on the packed dirt of the arena floor. The rest of Class 1A, as well as a myriad of other students, quickly dash into the stadium. Both Todoroki and Bakugo stand alone, having taken a space away from the center. Deku-kun. That was incredible! Uraraka and Ida both run up to Izuku, Ida looking especially disappointed in himself. I just got lucky, I guess. It really helped me, picking up that metal plate at the beginning, even if it was just spur of the moment. Ida rears up to say something in return but is unable to begin as the end of the round passes. The buzzer blares as the last of the students file in and Midnight quickly begins announcing the next part of the tournament. The holographic screen, rolling through the options once more, quickly stops with the words Human Cavalry Battle occupying the screen. Midnight relays the game's rules quickly before moving on to the points. It starts at 5 points for 42nd place, and quickly escalates. Okay, that seems simple enough. The only exception is first place, whose head is worth 1 million points. Izuku's gut drops. The crowd of students that had formed around Izuku quickly turns to stare at him as he shrinks inward, tail curling up. Everyone glares, regardless of whether they know him or not. You have 15 minutes. Form your teams. Izuku is at a loss of what to do. Teams are forming around him left and right, but any attempt to even talk to another person never makes it past the first syllable. A tap on his shoulder brings him turning to face Uraraka. Deku-kun. Let's team up. An absolute tsunami of tears burst out from Izuku's face, splashing against Uraraka. Whoa! She says in a chuckle. Are you serious? You really want to team up with me? Everyone will be targeting us if you join me. Izuku's tail curls forward around his waist as anxiety springs to the surface. Of course. We just have to evade them, don't we? And anyways, I'd rather team up with a friend. Oh my god, she's an angel. Thank you, Uraraka. Izuku turns to find Ida, a plan forming in his head when he spots Ida, already standing with Todoroki. A strike of disappointment and a harsh thought race through his head before he waves the intrusive feelings away, focusing on the task at hand. A hand claps onto his shoulder and Izuku jolts to face his would-be attacker, but what greets him is a very enthusiastic support student. Hatsune, as she introduces herself and promptly forces herself onto Izuku's team. Both Izuku and Uraraka are reeling as the whirlwind of a girl shows them a variety of inventions, before that hand claps back onto his shoulder. So, 10 million. What's your game plan? Hatsune brings Izuku back from his surprise. His eyes pan across the many students that lay before him, sight catching on a lone, froggy ally. Well, I'll need one other thing before we get started, Izuku says, a grin forming as his tail sweeps the ground. Wow. The game is already halfway over and not a single team has touched Team Midoriya's 10 million headband. Can they keep it up, or will Team Todoroki take the golden egg? Present Mix's booming voice eagerly announces Izuku's sudden doom. Sweat drips down Izuku's face as he faces down Todoroki's team. I guess my horrid luck would have to kick in at some point. Guess we won't be getting such an easy win after all. Izuku stares Todoroki in the eyes, tail curling around and ears held low. Midoriya. I'll be taking the 10 million now. Todoroki glares. Just the slightest bit higher than Izuku, but it does wonders for his intimidation factor. I guess it would have happened eventually, Uraraka mutters. Other teams around them rush to retrieve points, fighting for a standing chance. But I didn't expect all of them to come after us. We still have half the match left. Todoroki effortlessly commands his team as Izuku addresses his own. Don't forget, there isn't just one team coming after us. A large blanket sprouts from Yaoyorozu just as Kaminari lets off an astounding charge, shocking all teams around him. Izuku feels himself go airborne as his team flies up, but he can tell it's not as high as it was earlier. They quickly drop back down to the ground, evading the incoming electricity. Hatsum, how much longer do we have with the jetpack? My baby should be able to handle another jump or two, but that's it. Todoroki rushes forward as ice sprouts from his right hand. He talks dismissively as he freezes all the teams around him, snatching headbands as he passes. Izuku's team backs away warily, unable to escape. The jetpack was running out of fuel and the propulsive boots had been melted earlier, thanks to Ishido. An attempted strike at the team is thwarted by Yaoyorozu, an effortless shield thrown up to block Tsuyu's tongue. Dimenit. That creation is no joke. Izuku mutters. Not just creation, Tsuyu reminds, I'm already slowing down from all the ice around us. Yet we're at a serious disadvantage, but it's not as if they know that, right? Tsuyu and Uraraka nod as Hatsum giggles. If they don't know, then our only option is to fake it. We'll keep a tight hold on this headband, no matter what. Izuku affirms. A ring of ice spreads across the ground, caging Izuku and his team inside with no place to escape. Izuku's team nudges left as Todoroki's moves right, circling each other with no end. The jetpack sputters and wheezes, but is unable to fully function from the oppressive cold, and Uraraka releases her hold on the support items. There's only 1 minute left, folks. Todoroki has cornered Team Midoriya, and all that's left is to swipe the 10 million. The two teams circle each other, expressions growing more intense as time goes on. Though we have less than a minute, I'm afraid I'll be useless after this, so I'm counting on you. Grasp tightly. Ida's voice faintly filters into Izuku's ears. The engine user braces before shooting forward just as Izuku shouts a warning. The team races past in seconds as Izuku's head jerks back, his claws racing up as the headband is ripped off, shredding the ends of the Velcro. Sheet. What? What just happened? That was explosively fast. I couldn't see a thing. I can forcibly rev up my torque to explosive proportions. Ida's voice cuts in through Izuku's shock. However, I'll suffer from an engine stall quickly after. I never told you on purpose. Ida grins at Midoriya, a challenge set upon his very face, and Izuku can't keep from returning the grin. What a twist. Team Todoroki has stolen the 10 million while Team Midoriya crashes down to 0. After them, we can still get it back. Izuku shouts. Can we handle the risk of both Kaminari and Todoroki, though? Tsuyu asks, cutting Izuku off. We don't have any other choice. We don't know who's still in and who isn't. Izuku says. The team dashes forward as Uraraka speaks up, a fire lighting in her eyes. We'll get it back, Deku. Without fail. Izuku stares at her unwavering determination before turning back. That's right. I'm not the only person on the line here. Izuku pulls a hand up, arm overflowing with One for All's presence. He stares forward at the stack of hidden headbands. I can't see which one is ours. The team rushes towards Todoroki as the two-toned boy pulls an arm up defensively. Flames lick over Izuku's arm, but he only feels the barest of heat before they extinguish. Izuku throws his arm forward, power surging as he whips his arm to the side, a blast of wind surging from the force. With his other hand, he grabs a handful of headbands, ripping them away from Todoroki as his team rushes past them. Izuku looks down at the 3 headbands in his hands, face lighting up as he sees numerous zeros of the 10 million. We did it. Retreat. A cacophony of movement and sound barrage his ears as his team dives backwards. Bakuga blasts in from the side as Todoroki's team dashes forward. Kaminari discharges yet again as Hatsum throws the jetpack, and the electricity all condenses on the dense metal. Present mic counts down, voice echoing across the stadium in the final moments. Tai Thiatum's up. The three teams come to a standstill, with Bakugu crashing onto the ground, and they all wait anxiously. Now, shall we see who our top four are? In first place, Team Midoriya. A scoreboard pops up, with Izuku at the top, holding over 10 million points. His team slouches in relief, light cheers popping up as the exhausted teenagers relax. In second place, Team Bakugo. Their team has well over 1,000 points. The members seem happy, but as usual, Bakugo is unsatisfied. In third place, Team Todoroki. Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Ida all stand, slightly disappointed. Confusion rises as Izuku wonders when Todoroki lost so many points, but he waves the thought away when he sees the team's leader looking oddly shaken up. In fourth place, Team Testudo. Wait, what? Team Shinso? When did they get there? Izuku's head whips around, searching the field until it lands on that purple head of hair. Shinso had already unmounted, and the rest of the riders seemed confused as to what's going on. I can make a solid guess as to why. Turning back to his team, a bright grin lights on his face before both Uraraka and Hatsune point at Tsuyu, who idly holds several headbands up, the added bonus knocking Todoroki down to third place. Tsuyu, when did you? How did? I thought it would be good to take as many points as possible, even if we didn't grab the 10 million, Karo. The first four teams will move onto the final event. Go take a breather, everyone. The final round begins after an hour-long intermission. The classes file out of the stadium, but Izuku comes to a stop when Todoroki steps in front of him. Midoriya, I need to talk to you. Izuku's back settles against the wall, the cold of the concrete seeping in as he looks across to Todoroki. He grabs his tail nervously, kneading at the scars hidden under the fur as he waits. Todoroki stares coldly at Izuku, refusing to break his gaze as he collects his thoughts. The silence drags on for what feels like ages until Todoroki finally takes a breath, but Izuku doesn't relax his gradually tightening grip on his tail. You surprised me earlier, enough to make me break my promise. And that powered, are you All Might's illegitimate kid or something? Izuku blanches, body going stock still. What? Is he joking? Did Todoroki just ask me if I was All Might's BSRD's son? Izuku looks to the sides frantically, almost expecting someone to burst out like he was in some prank show, but no one appears. Todoroki takes his silences as an answer apparently, and the split-haired teen begins speaking before Izuku can even get a word in again. Well, whatever. I'm sure you know who my father is. His eyes take on a hard edge as he looks away, and Izuku finds himself pressing against the cold wall even more. And that means I have to beat you. Todoroki looks over again, but Izuku only finds himself more confused. He's clearly expecting the mutant to know what he's referring to, but Izuku can't do anything but rack his brain. I'm not sure what you mean. What are you talking about, Todoroki-kun? Izuku leans forward, unsure if he really wants to know. The strangeness of the situation is hitting him, but something feels off. The air is all wrong, especially for if this was only some weird prank. Todoroki lets out a frustrated sigh before starting again. My father has always sought to surpass All Might, but he's never succeeded, as I'm sure you know. No matter what he did, my father was always stuck behind him, so he looked for a way to create a tool that could do the job for him. Izuku's ears twitch, dropping lower and lower the longer Todoroki's frustrated tone goes on until they press down against his head. A tool? What are you? Todoroki cuts Izuku off, bringing a hand up to cover his scar. A bitter look flashes across his face as he spits out the words. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? Izuku nods absently. The dots are slowly connecting in his mind, but he finds himself almost begging to be incorrect. For as long as I can remember, my mother has always been crying. Izuku's tail stops all movement, and his ears rise slightly. Once, she told me that my left side was hideous before dumping boiling water on my face. Izuku goes stiff, an almost involuntary shiver passing through his body, and his fists clench. His hair falls into his face, but he makes no move to brush it away. He can't tear his eyes away from the boy in front of him. Izuku could almost swear that Todoroki was making the hallway colder, but he knows it's not true. The teen is too distracted, mind too full of the memories of his own pain to do anything like set a mood. I will become number one, without using that BSTRD's power. The only reason I want to beat you is completely personal. This has nothing to do with him. Todoroki spits out the words with such vitriol that Izuku almost flinches. Izuku's tail slips out of his grip, wrapping around his leg. No, this isn't right. This has everything to do with that man. Todoroki-kun is so caught up in his rejection of his father that he can't see how he's hurting himself. I need to do something before someone gets hurt. Izuku startles out of his thoughts as Todoroki turns, walking out of the cool hallway into the sunlight merely feet away. He turns his head back to give one last remark, but Izuku cuts him off. Todoroki-kun, you were right earlier. When you said you were stronger than me. You might be right, but that doesn't mean a thing. Todoroki stands, his head turned. He meets Izuku's gaze with a freezing glare, but Izuku doesn't stagger. You won't be able to win without giving it your all. You can't win on just power alone, especially not if you're going to go around half-butting everything you do. Don't expect an easy fight out of me. Izuku breathes deeply as he finishes, catching the very telling scent of a certain nitroglycerin user. His ears fall back flat against his head, eyebrows furrowed. I'll deal with him in a second. Todoroki turns fully back around, his face set in a stiff glare as the air turns to a more serious atmosphere. He looks as if he's appraising Izuku, before turning away with a final glance. He walks off without a word, but Izuku feels his challenge has been met. Sighing heavily, Izuku slumps against the concrete behind him, taking a moment to breathe, before addressing the other problem. Bakugu! Izuku calls out hesitantly. A quiet squeak of someone's shoes echoes further down the hall before Bakugu responds. Yeah, I get it, Diamond Cat. I won't tell anyone. Bakugu yells out, annoyed, but resigned as he stomps away from the cold hallway. At least he has the decency to respect others' privacy, even if he couldn't do the same for me. Izuku nods to himself, quickly building up his energy again, before walking away towards the student area. I'm too nervous to even eat. I hope this hour passes quickly before I start getting nauseous. It only took around 10 minutes to find both Uraraka and Ida in the class waiting room. There were only 30 minutes left until the final round, and barely anybody in the room was even trying to get some food down. Either everyone was already done eating, or they could feel the tension that Izuku could. Bakugu was over in the corner brooding, and Todoroki had yet to make it. Back to the room. Izuku took a seat next to Ida and Uraraka, inserting himself seamlessly into the conversation. The time passed quickly, and Izuku shortly found himself wringing his hands as he stood anxiously in the center field, the holographic and totally rigged event board flickering on and the American cheerleaders filing out. Midnight rises back up to the makeshift stage and flicks her wrist, causing a booming crack to echo throughout the stadium, quieting the chattering audience. The screen fills with a bracket, spinning faces popping up in empty spaces. Alright folks, now that the recreational activities have finally wrapped up, it's time for the third and final round to finally begin. Midnight's voice echoes through the arena and is quickly met by a near-deafening roar from the crowd, which quickly quiets down from another crack of Midnight's red whip. For the final round, a one-on-one tournament. Completely random pairs will match up to fight to the death. Silence reigns over the arena before Midnight cracks her whip again as she yells, "Just kidding!" A wave of relief passes over most of the arena. Izuku hopes he never has to meet any of the people who let out disappointed whines. Wait! Everyone's heads swivel to Ojiro. I'd like to drop out. I don't remember any of the second round. Ojiro strikes a pointed glare towards Hitoshi. Of course. And I don't think I deserve to continue if I haven't earned my place. Another boy from 1B speaks up as well, wishing to do the same. Are you boys sure? This isn't something you can take back now. Midnight asks, but the two of them nod. Such dedication. Such honor. I'll allow it. Ojiro and the boy from 1B walk off with the rest of the other participants, and 2 members of Tetsu's team take their places. Alright then, now that everything has been sorted out, let's see who our first match is. The empty slots at the bottom of the brackets flicker and scroll through the names until stopping at last. Izuku stiffens reflexively until he reads the competitor's name. Looking at the rest of the bracket, he quickly finds his own name. I'm up against Kaminari-kun? I wonder how that will turn out. Hitoshi Shinso versus Shizuki Ibara. Hitoshi to God, I don't even want to think about that right now. Maybe I should just quit while I'm ahead, but I can't disappoint All Might. Uraraka lets out a resigned sigh next to him, and Izuku glances over, puzzled, before spotting her matchup and wincing reflexively. Maybe Bakugo will go easier on her? No, there's no way. I doubt he remembers her name, though, so it isn't like he can prepare in advance. Ida matches against Hatsum, and both Izuku and Uraraka look on in resignation as said girl aggressively shakes Ida's hand. He has no idea what's coming up, Izuku murmurs, Uraraka giggles, both humming in amused agreement. You're finding this awfully funny for someone who knows what that girl can do. Izuku asks, staring pointedly at the bubbly girl. Uraraka looks over, meeting Izuku's gaze with barely repressed laughter, and both of them burst out laughing when Ida yells a short goodbye to the demon in disguise known as Hatsum Mei. That's gonna be a match to see. I'm sorry, Ida, but I need to see how this plays out. Grabs everyone's attention, and Midnight quickly dismisses the rest of the students to the class-designated viewing boxes while Cementos sets up for the first match. Izuku's anxiety returns sharply, and he slinks back to prepare. I've got a bad feeling about this. Izuku sits anxiously in the waiting room, not even bothering to go out and watch Shinsu's match. He'd most likely win, even if Shizuki-san didn't seem to be such a talkative person. Hitoshi hadn't been neglecting his physical health over the years, and Izuku could see the results. Although it certainly wasn't something he had been searching for when staring at the lavender-haired boy. I wonder how far he'd get with professional help. Izuku shuts the thought down quickly. It's not like he'll be interacting with the boy much anyways, even if when the boy was moved to the hero course. Just getting to the final round probably clears him for consideration at the least, if not preparation. And our class has an open spot, anyways. The booming sound of present Mick's confused voice echoes through the cement halls of the stadium, words clear despite the layers of concrete. What in the world? Shiozaki is just walking away. What's going on? Present Mick's confused voice cries out as the rest of the audience does the same. Mike-san, Izuku mumbles distractedly, the slightly muffled sound pulling an old memory into his mind, but he shakes it off. It won't be long before Izuku goes out to fight against Kaminari, and getting stuck in his head could only take him towards failure. Standing from the metal table, Izuku steps towards the door, scrambling backward in surprise when it swings open, the scraggly form of All Might appearing from behind it. All Might, what are you doing here? My boy. I simply wanted to give you some encouragement. You weren't looking too excited earlier, but you were with friends so I didn't bother you. Izuku looks down, hand pulling at the back of his neck as his tail swivels aimlessly. Oh, thank you All Might. I won't let you down. Izuku's declaration falls flat, and All Might leans forward questioningly. What's wrong, my boy? Is something to dash? The voice of present Mike cuts off the hero as a buzzer goes off. And the winner is Shinsu Hitoshi. And what a confusing victory indeed. Izuku sighs to himself as he walks forward towards the arena entrance, ears flicking. He straightens his back, shoulders pushed back as he walks forward. I won't let you down, All Might. I mean it. Izuku talks over the booming words of the voice hero, determination finally gathering as All Might nods proudly, before ushering Izuku further. And introducing his opponent, the surprising star of the tournament, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku walks out onto the flat stage, clear lines drawn around the edges. He steps up, looking forward at the friendly but cocky smile on Kaminari's face, plans already racing to the forefront. Kaminari-kun isn't the type to think much in battles, usually opting to just go for attacks that can instantly bring down the opponent. That strategy can work in some battles, but it can't be done mindlessly. I'll have to make sure to prepare myself. Midnight blows her whistle, the sharp sound ringing through the air as she calls start. Kaminari immediately squares his shoulders, his hands crackling as he holds them out. Sorry, Midoriya, but I'll be moving on ahead. The faint smell of ozone fills the air, and Izuku's fur begins to stand on end as static electricity bounces off of Kaminari. Izuku clenches his fists, unsheathing his claws without a sound. 10,000 volts charge. Waves of electricity pour out of Kaminari, and Izuku jumps back as far as he can without losing. He ends up avoiding the biggest part of the strike in his leap, landing back on the concrete, fur puffing out from the static. Wow. Kaminari is quick to let off a large attack, but it looks like Midoriya managed to avoid it. An excited voice yells out. Of course he did. Large attacks like that, while they can be effective, can't just be thrown out randomly. These attacks need to have some thought behind it, or else it will just fall flat. The dull tone of his teacher calms Izuku's nerves somewhat, even if he isn't listening to the word themselves. Crouching down, his claws dig into the stage and Izuku stays low to the ground as the electricity disperses through the air, the concrete not providing an easy conduit for the volts. Izuku's skin crackles as the lightning spreads through the air, a numb burning feeling crawling up his legs but staying unaffected nonetheless. Pulling himself forward into the charged atmosphere, Izuku's hair rises from the static and small zaps of electricity crawl along his skin as he moves towards the living lighting rod. Kaminari meets him halfway, already on the way to shorting out. His face is relaxed, but he's still aware, and Izuku has to hold back laughter at his easygoing expression. He steps backward as Izuku swipes towards him, always keeping a small distance away from Izuku, but he seems to be too close to stumbling all too often. Kaminari rears back in a second attempt to discharge, but he's too open, and Izuku restrains Kaminari effortlessly. He quickly pushes him towards the boundary, even as the static starts to flicker over the blonde's hands. Kaminari is sent stumbling, too far to recover as he goes over the line, and Midnight blows the whistle, movement halting between the two fighters. All Kaminari does is sigh and smile at Izuku. Yeah, I can't say I didn't see this coming, but I was at least hoping I could last a little longer. Our second winner is Midoriya Izuku. What a quick round to continue from our first fight. Will the next one be just as quick? Let's find out. Present Mix voice echoes around the stadium and the cheers begin again. Izuku looks up at the constant motion of thousands of people and swallows nervously, keeping his tail close. Wow, I forgot about the audience. I guess stage fright can't affect me much if I'm more nervous about something else. Izuku quickly walks back to his side, moving inside the stadium walls. He nods a greeting to Shiro as he passes him by, looking back to see Todoroki arriving on stage at the same time. Midnight calls start just as the arena moves out of sight, and Izuku sighs, making his way towards the viewing box. Deku-kun. Over here. Uraraka calls out to Izuku, waving him over excitedly to where she sits. You did so well out there. You looked really cool. Really? I don't think so. Izuku scratches his head as his tail and ears curl inward, face turning red. Nonsense. You were great. Although, I'm not too sure about Kaminari-kun. On the other hand, she shrugs and Izuku sits down. Don't be too harsh on him. At least he didn't completely short out. Anyways, where's Ida? I thought he'd be here. Oh, he's off getting snacks. I think he was being serious when he said his fuel was orange juice last week, and we didn't eat much during the lunch break anyways. Uraraka laughs a little, Izuku joining in. Present Mix voice fades out of the background, and the sound of a whistle brings their attention forward, the next fight starting quickly. Shiro instantly jumps forward, tape shooting out and moving to wrap Todoroki up. It almost seems like Shiro has a chance, but a crackling sound followed by a huge glacier bursting up dispels that idea. The stadium goes silent. The cracking sound of the ice forming echoes out, but all Izuku can focus on is the origin. He can't see Todoroki's face, but based on his body language, the boy is frustrated, staring over at Shiro who's half trapped in the ice, his body immobile. Midnight calls over to Shiro, but he only responds with an annoyed response. Present Mike begins commentating again while Todoroki steps forward, melting the ice around him with a warmed hand. He looks so sad. Izuku feels his tail drooping as he watches Todoroki slowly free Zero from the ice prison, a wave of reassurances calling forth from the audience. It feels like it hurts more than it helps, and Izuku finds his resolve stealing as he stares at Todoroki's forlorn expression. I won't let you keep looking like that. I will help you, Todoroki. Todoroki doesn't spare Zero a second glance, walking away once Zero is free from the ice. Izuku's tail twitches as Midnight calls a short break to remove the ice, and he stands. He gives a half-baked response to Uraraka's faint question before he walks away from the viewing boxes, thoughts swirling around his head. How can I help him? Can I even help him at all? A flash of self-loathing brushes Izuku's thoughts, settling down like lead in his gut. I can't even help myself. What could I possibly do to help someone as strong as Todoroki? He's above me in every way, and he doesn't deserve to be held down like I do. What good could I possibly provide anyways? I get kidnapped every FING month by your daily wannabe villain. What use could someone as weak as me provide? Izuku walks down the winding corridors, wandering aimlessly. Useless. I can't do anything by myself. He dodges other people without a second glance, too caught up to even take a second and look at where he's going. I'm pathetic. What was UA thinking when they accepted me? What was All Might thinking? I should never have gotten in All Might's way all those months ago. Izuku's shoes squeak as his steps press harder against the ground. His pace is steady, but distracted, often moving out of the way of others just in time to not crash into them. He doesn't notice the figures trailing behind him, nor does he notice as the hallways slowly begin to empty out, people loitering less and less the farther Izuku goes. All I'm good for is to be some stupid trophy. To be caught and sold like livestock. What would it matter if they succeeded? Mom wouldn't have to worry about some useless kid all the time. Tsukachi-san could finally stop having to come and get me whenever someone tries to grab me. All Might wouldn't waste his limited time saving me fro. He stops suddenly as the harsh squeak of his shoes breaks him out of the spiral of thoughts. He looks around the empty hallways, gulping nervously as only dead air answers. Stepping forward, Izuku calls out, Hello? Is anyone here? His fear spikes again as shuffling behind him answers his question. Hello. He tries again, but only disappointment and anxiety fill his gut as two greasy-looking guys round the corner. Oita, look at this. Looks like we got a UA brat in front of us. The one with his hair tied up calls out. Inochi, are you thinking what I'm thinking? The dark-haired one stepped forward while Izuku continued to back up. Yeah. Why don't we show this UA trash what he gets for thinking he's better than us? The two laugh and bump into each other as Izuku's stomach drops. Sheet of all times. Izuku had counted himself lucky that all of his villain encounters had always just been kidnappings, since most of the time, injuries were received through a lack of care and not out of actual intent to cause harm. The two quickly approaching only had one thing on their mind, and that was to hurt. Stay back. Izuku can barely get the words out of his throat, backing up until he hits the wall. His fur spikes up as he tries to bring his claws out, but it isn't working. Stupid Quirk. Why do you have to be so useless? He doesn't even bother thinking about one for all, knowing that if he used it, it would end up causing more than just bruises for all three of them. What's that, kitty? You want us to come closer? Us. Mockingly as the two creep closer, effectively cornering Izuku. I don't even know what their quirks are. It could be anything. Izuku presses himself to the wall, cursing his inability to do anything. He's so tense he can feel the air move as they step forward, wincing at every move. He doesn't bother listening to their mocking comments and degrading words anymore. It isn't worth it. Sheet, I'm spiraling, is the only thing he can think before the overwhelming anxiety and dread crash over, destroying any hope of thinking clearly. Izuku's breathing speeds up until he's hyperventilating, knees weak. Oi! A voice cuts into the movement, interrupting the creep's conversation and threatening to pull Izuku out of his haze. It's hauntingly familiar, if a bit too deep, but it's almost distant enough to send Izuku straight back into his spiral. What do you think you're doing? Huh? Who the f are you? One of them responds, but Izuku doesn't bother seeing who it was. He's too busy being overwhelmed by a scent both familiar, but too different to identify. Congratulations, dipshit. Go report yourself to the nearest pro hero. The dirty shoes leave Izuku's field of vision, measured steps echoing off down the corridor. Hey, what the F did you just do? The other one reacts just as aggressively, and Izuku would laugh if he wasn't struggling to breathe at the moment. God, you're both morons, aren't you? The voice chatters some more and the other shoes leave Izuku's vision, but all Izuku can do is collapse, sliding to the floor as his breath picks up its pace further. He heaves in air, but nothing will come in, and tears begin to pool in his vision. A figure covers his vision, a warm hand being placed on his arm and a comforting voice counting slowly as Izuku gradually pulls out of his panic attack. It takes what feels like hours before Izuku deems himself stable enough. Slumping exhaustedly, Izuku mutters a quick thanks before looking up. A tired face and purple hair greet him as he stares back into the purple eyes of his childhood friend. Shinso looks the same, but the obvious changes are there. He has the same wild hair, but it's much longer than the tiny puff he had before. His jaw is wider and his eyes are half-lidded, being weighed down by eye bags so deep they could rival Aizawa-sensei's. I don't have the energy for this. Izuku slumps forward, his head falling to level with Hitoshi's chest, eyes facing the ground. Oi, come on, get up. We should probably go and report this to a teacher or something. Izuku's heart soars at the thought of being ugly again, but he stamps it down before it can reach the metaphorical sun and burn to a crisp. He takes a second before leaning back, allowing Hitoshi to stand before giving him a hand and pulling him to his feet. Thanks, I'm sorry. Izuku tries to mumble out a hasty apology for wasting Hitoshi's time, but he doesn't get very far before he gets cut off. Don't apologize for that shit, dumbass. Not your fault some greasy-looking creeps decided it was a good idea to assault a UA student at the nationally televised sports festival. Hitoshi emphasizes the words in just the right way to get Izuku to laugh, prompting him to start walking towards the other end of the hallway, with Izuku following quickly after. I do need to thank you though. I wasn't exactly in the best headspace to deal with that, so you really saved me back there. Hitoshi snorts at Izuku's words, his head leaning back as the bitter words trail out. Heh, how ironic is that? The hero kid thanking the Gen Ed kid. Izuku turns to Hitoshi fully when he says that. He stops in the middle of the hallway, staring Hitoshi determinedly in the eyes as he stops in his tracks, turning to Izuku confusedly. Fire burns through Izuku's pupils, staring through Hitoshi as he speaks wholeheartedly. No, I mean it. Thank you. Hitoshi wasn't sure what he'd been expecting to see when he saw his next opponent walking around looking half dead. He didn't think he'd see two shady-looking guys following Cat Kid, not even bothering to hide their obvious intentions, but he certainly didn't expect to find himself walking behind, following the sounds of mumbled words and mocking laughter. The quiet sound of heavy breathing slowly creeps in until it fills the hallways, and Hitoshi finds himself hurrying when the echoes speed up, turning the corner just as the two creeps step closer to Cat Kid and corner the hyperventilating teen. Oi! Hitoshi's voice slips out in a burst of volume, words spilling out without control. What do you think you're doing? The two brainless idiots turn around, yelling back in response. Idiots! Did they even watch the festival or are they just that stupid? Hitoshi's never been one to act on instinct, but he sends the two of them away before moving closer to Cat Kid. He crouches down, placing a hand on Cat Kid's shoulder hesitantly. Okay, so he doesn't seem to react badly to physical touch. What was his name again? Midoriya Izuku? Izuku. Oddly familiar. Have I heard it before? Hitoshi looks over Midoriya and begins counting slowly to bring his breathing back up, ignoring the strange feeling of déjà vu. It takes a few minutes before Midoriya gets back to a regular breathing level, and a few more seconds for him to crawl out of his panic-induced haze. Hitoshi hears a quiet, sorry, before Cat Kid looks up, several unreadable emotions flashing across his face before his head drops again, leveling with Hitoshi's chest as he goes boneless against the concrete floor. Hitoshi stands, somehow managing to get Cat Kid back on his feet, when the guy apologizes for almost being attacked. Hitoshi cannot understand the way this kid thinks. He blurts out some half-butted reprimand joke thing which surprisingly causes Midoriya to laugh, a delightful sound falling out of the catboy's mouth in the last half of an adrenaline rush. Or maybe a burnout. Sugar. Crash? Hangover? One of those. Midoriya decides to take the simple route and thanks Hitoshi again, but all it does is send a spike of bitterness shooting through his chest. How hilarious. A hero student, being saved by someone like me. He bites out some remark about irony, but what Izuku does stuns him more than he thought was possible. He thanks him for saving him. He actually thanks him, and he meant it. Hitoshi stops in his tracks, eyes wide and staring at the cat-shaped enigma in front of him. I did that? I saved someone? Why did I do that? Why did I help him? Why did I follow? Questions pop into Hitoshi's mind, but he can't answer them. Midoriya steps forward, the strangely familiar fur pattern on his tail rippling as his tail sways in the air. He turns back, staring straight into Hitoshi's eyes as a grin crosses his face. Come on, we've got somewhere to be, right? Izuku smiles, a wide and shaky smile as Shinso steps forward, knocking into him with his shoulders as the two walk forward. Oh my god. I've met a cat-shaped angel. The announcer booth was the closest thing to any real pro heroes that Shinso could think to find or trusted. Needless to say, Aizawa-sensei wasn't too happy about finding out that Izuku almost got assaulted. As soon as Hitoshi managed to get his attention, and Izuku nervously explained the situation, he sighed before stalking off. The two students were left scrambling after to lead him once the teacher turned around to face them. The two men were only a little way down the hallway where they were left, as Hitoshi's order couldn't really take much effect due to the vague order. They stood with blank, empty expressions as they faced a wall. Thankfully, nobody except the staff is supposed to walk through these back hallways, so nobody could have bumped into them and cut off the Quirk's effect. Aizawa looked over at Izuku before nodding at the two, Izuku nodding quickly in confirmation. Yes, those are the men that tried to attack me, thank you for making sure. Once Izuku nodded, Aizawa activated his quirk, eyes glowing red and hair rising as he grabbed his capture weapon. Stalking forward, Aizawa lassos the two men, pulling his scarf tight as the tight pull of the scarf knocks the two men together. Their heads crash together in a rather loud noise, leaving Izuku wincing and Hitoshi silently huffing in laughter. Izuku's fur puffs up slightly, ears and tail going rigid as the men cry out. What the F dash? The two men stopped struggling and glanced around wildly before settling on Aizawa. Who the hell are you? One of them spits out. Neither of them have noticed Hitoshi and Izuku standing behind the imposing teacher, and Izuku silently exhales in relief once the two men struggle and fail to get out of the binding cloth. Aizawa-sensei brings the two men closer to his face, spitting out the words quickly. Pro Hero Eraserhead. Would you like to answer as to why you're trespassing in a restricted area and were harassing a student? A light goes on in Izuku's head as he remembers passing by a sign marked, staff only, near the halls. The two men pale and begin to spit out excuses, but Aizawa just turns away, grabbing his phone out of his pocket. He wraps the two men in more binding tape before turning to Izuku and Hitoshi, rubbing his eyes forcefully. I trust you two can get back to the student area together? You've both missed enough matches by now. Izuku feels his eyes go wide as he realizes where he is. The matches? Oh no, we have to get going. Come on, Hitachi. Izuku's tail and ears both rise up as he turns around, grabbing Shinso by the arm and pulling him away. As Izuku turns away, half dragging Shinso down the concrete hallways, he misses the way Hitoshi's eyes widen in surprise at the slip, his mouth falling open as he quietly whispers the name Izuku let slip. He doesn't notice the curious expression that falls on Hitoshi's face nor the similar glance Aizawa gives the two of them. But Izuku does realize that he'd come to a conclusion about the problem he'd been agonizing over. I'll save Todoroki-kun, because if I don't, nobody else will. I could never call myself a hero if I don't at least try. Oh, Deku-kun, over here. Uraraka waves Izuku over once she spots him standing in the doorway of one, as seating, and Izuku quickly follows after. Where did you go, Midoriya? Ida is quick to ask, glasses flashing. Oh, I just took a small walk. I needed to clear my head for a bit. G got too nervous, you know? Izuku mumbles out the excuse, and Ida and Uraraka nod easily at the excuse. But Ida, I thought you'd already be preparing for your match? Isn't yours just after this? No, my match is the one after the current one. Although, I believe Tsuyu is about to win soon. I wish I could be preparing. But there are only a few waiting rooms and they're all in use. Ida quickly says. Yeah, I think Tsuyu's about to win too. Yaoyorozu's really smart, but Tsuyu's just incredible. She's barely given her a chance to breathe. A blush washes up on Uraraka's face as she gushes. Izuku does wish he'd been here to watch the rest of the match, but he knows his mom is probably recording it at home, so he doesn't have too much of a problem with it. A loud buzzer rings through the air as Present Mike announces the winner, and Ida almost instantly stands. I'll be in the waiting rooms preparing. See you later, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-kun. He salutes them and then speeds off, leaving a cloud of dust in the air. Izuku and Uraraka simply look at each other, then begin giggling. Hatsum is going to ruin him, Uraraka-san, W shouldn't be laughing. Izuku, hypocrite that he is, gasps out in between fits of laughter. Uraraka only laughs harder in response. The anxious knot in Izuku's gut slowly settles and unravels as the matches continue. Ida gets, in lack of a better term, punked. Izuku and Uraraka laugh for almost the entire match so that when they go greet Ida after his victory, they don't laugh. It's still incredibly difficult, and the two have to cover for each other several times as they nearly break down into laughter several more times. Izuku doesn't think they succeeded, but that Ida is too polite to ask them to stop. Uraraka has to go prepare for her match soon after, and Izuku is tempted to follow after with plans and information and ideas, but he stops when he sees the look on her face. It's a stormy look, one of sharp, steely determination. Izuku stops where he stands, before walking up to Uraraka right before she closes the door, calling out, Uraraka-san. She stops short, her expression clearing to a look of surprise, and Izuku pulls his most determined, confident smile he can as he holds a fist out to her. I know there are no words that could help her right now, but maybe, she doesn't need words. Her gaze flits between Izuku's face and the fist he's holding out, before that same steely determination takes its place again, less desperate and more confident as she holds her fist against Izuku's. The two nod to each other before separating. Uraraka enters the waiting room while Izuku heads back to where Ida is standing. It doesn't matter whether or not she wins or loses at this point anymore. All that matters is that she fought until she couldn't, and Izuku knows that she'll find pride in those moments. Izuku doesn't actually get to watch Uraraka's match, being shuffled off to a waiting room as soon as Kirishima and Tetsu both knock each other out, marking a tie. Izuku's actually somewhat glad that he doesn't have to watch Bakugo's match, despite the slight guilt he feels at not being there to watch Uraraka. Still, he doesn't think he has the stomach to watch Bakugo cause countless explosions and then walk out onto the field and fight his childhood friend and not somehow vomit somewhere along the way. Izuku spends what feels like almost 20 minutes just sitting in the waiting room, alternating between pacing anxiously and sitting like a statue. Eventually, a knock on the door pulls him out of his nervous thoughts, and All Might pokes his head in the door with a call of, "My boy." Izuku jolts up out of his seat, expression set in a nervous surprise, but All Might quickly ushers in, pushing Izuku back down into his seat. "All Might?" Izuku asks, panic rising as the man takes a seat next to him. "Don't worry, my boy. There's simply going to be a few minutes of delay while Cementos fixes the arena. Also, young Bakugo was the victor of the round. Young Uraraka put up quite a fight, but she overestimated her limits and ended up passing out." All Might is quick to explain. "Yeah, I see." Izuku doesn't think she overestimated herself out, but he's too stressed to work a defense for her. "What's wrong, my boy? You've been rather off today. Are you nervous?" "No, it's nothing, All Might. It's just..." Izuku pauses, face full of apprehension. "Shinsu-kun, my opponent, used to be my childhood friend, but I don't think he remembers me. I see that I think I can understand how you must be feeling, my boy." All Might puffs up into his muscle form. But nevertheless, you mustn't allow your feelings to get in the way. You must smash your way to the top. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Izuku yells weakly, just as a knock sounds on the door, causing the two to rise from their seats. All Might straightens, shrinking down to his small Might form, and clears his throat. Right. Now is the time, my boy. Get out there and show them what you're made of. All Might lightly pushes Izuku towards the arena hall, sending Izuku marching to his death. Well, nothing to do but try to win, I suppose. Even if the sentiment feels slightly off, All Might's right when he says I shouldn't let the past affect me. Izuku marches out onto the field just as Present Mike announces his and Hitoshi's arrival, stepping up the concrete stairs in time with the crowd's cheers. Hito Shinso stands across Izuku, that same cold glare he'd had during the first time Izuku had seen him thrown on his face. Yet again, not a hint of recognition passes through his eyes, but Izuku ignores it this time as midnight calls for the start of the fight. At first, they just walk towards each other. Izuku's tail waves in the air behind him as he stalks forward, ears swiveling forward. His eyes are sharpened to pinpricks as he flexes his hand, claws sliding out with an ease that one could mistake for practiced. Shinso stares at him as he approaches, eyes darting around, but he doesn't seem panicked in any way as he opens his mouth, an almost mocking grin gracing his face. Hey, Izuku. Let's do our best, huh? Izuku. Izuku. Come on, Izuku, we gotta hurry before all the people scare the cats away. Izuku stops in his approach, claws retracting as he stares at Shinso, eyes wide. He knew. He knows. Did he really not recognize me, or was I just deluding myself? Was I just hoping that he had forgotten about me, instead of ignoring my existence? You. Izuku starts, his voice filled with pain, then stops. Shinso didn't even let him finish. The tears that had welled up in Izuku's eyes slowly fell as his control was wrenched away. Shinso grimaces, a minute expression, just a twitch of his mouth, that Izuku probably wouldn't have seen if he wasn't looking for it. It feels like Izuku's been shoved out of his body. He can still see everything he's doing. He can see as his body stills, the steady approach turning into an idle wait. He can see the blank expression Shinso takes on as the boy commands him to walk out of the boundary. He can see the world turn by no means of his own, steadily walking back to where he came from. He can feel each step as if he's feeling it through 10 layers of mud. He can feel his tail go limp, almost brushing the ground with every step. He can feel the hurt radiate from himself, clear as day, and the hatred radiating towards himself burns. It's been such a long time since Izuku was last brainwashed, but he registers the out-of-body feeling as familiar nearly the second the quirk takes hold. Even so, the familiarity does nothing to quell the rising panic that comes from the quickly approaching boundary line. Even if Izuku could figure out some way to hurt himself badly enough to snap out of the quirk, it's impossible to do anything without a command. A strange shadow at the edge of his vision catches his gaze, and Izuku focuses on the large shadow emitting from the tunnel he came from, 8 oddly shaped lights filling the shadow. One shadow steps closer, seconds before Izuku crosses the boundary, and grabs his hand, and Izuku's fingers send out a shockwave of pain. Izuku jolts out of the brainwashing, breathing heavily as he holds his injured hand against his chest, panic refusing to die down, but instead, Izuku turns around to face Shinso. So you have that much power at your fingertips, but you freeze up at the sight of 2 assholes without common sense. Am I supposed to trust that you could actually save anybody? The words hurt, but Izuku doesn't stop in his approach. I know. The purple-haired boy is clearly panicking. Izuku could tell just from his body language. As Izuku prowls forward once again, Shinso begins shouting out again, more taunting remarks intent on causing a reaction, but Izuku refuses to do anything except push Shinso out of the ring. You probably just breezed your way through life, without a single obstacle ever holding you down, huh? Even Shinso doesn't believe himself, but he's desperate enough to try. It's too far from the truth that both of them know to have any effect. Izuku doesn't understand why Shinso doesn't just choose to take the worst route and hit Izuku directly where it hurts. He runs forward as Shinso shouts about power and being powerless, shoving against him, pushing the boy he once knew further towards the line. Shinso punches him in the face, a small crack, sounding out as Izuku's nose starts bleeding, but Izuku just grabs Shinso's outstretched wrist, continuing to push Shinso farther until he tries to sidestep Izuku, switching their positions. A tail wraps around Shinso's leg, causing the boy to stumble and allowing Izuku to fully grab onto Shinso's arm as he sweeps the boy's legs out from under him, and Izuku pulls him forward, leaving the purple-haired boy to unbalance and roll over the line. Midnight blows the whistle as mix announcements begin to register to Izuku again, but he pays no attention to them. The two walk back to where they started, as one of the few matches to end with both students actually conscious for once. Both stand, awkwardly facing each other as the audience claps. That is, Shinso stops, mouth opening and closing. Shinso-kun? Thought I missed you. Izuku's too shell-shocked to notice Shinso walk away until the boy is halfway down the stairs, and Izuku half-jogs to the edge of the platform, watching as the audience starts calling out to Shinso. Izuku can see the expression on Shinso's face twist into a raw surprise, and he startles when the purple-haired boy calls out to Izuku. Just getting this far is enough to place me into consideration for the hero course. Even if it's not now, someday, I'm going to qualify for heroics and be a better effing hero than all of you. Izuku smiles warmly as Shinso turns back to him, already expecting the out-of-body feeling to follow after he says, right? Shinso stares at Izuku, almost in what looks like confusion or awe, but instead, a sharp grin crawls up his face as he releases his hold on Izuku. You'd better not lose out there. Izuku feels his determination flare at the reminder of future fights, and he nods before heading back to where All Might is waiting nervously. The rest of the battles pass by in a haze of concentration. Izuku can barely remember what if he said anything to Uraraka when he got back, or even if he talked to anyone at all. He flexes his hand testingly, feeling the bandage on his right hand tighten slightly. Recovery Girl seemed like she was going to scold him, but if she decided not to or scolded him anyways, Izuku wasn't focused enough to listen. He watches as Todoroki beats Tsuyu in seconds, with another, smaller glacier. She shivers under the intense cold of the ice surrounding her. She surrenders in seconds. He watches as Ida quickly dispatches Ishido, pushing her out of bounds in seconds. The acid that she tried to spray only made it easier for Ida to shove her, and she slid right over the line in barely any time. He doesn't really bother watching the arm wrestle between Kirishima and Tetsu. He already knows that Kirishima will most likely win due to the differences in how the boys harden their skin, and those that can turn into metal usually need to supplement themselves, unlike Kirishima who can simply tense up and turn his body in a pure wall of defense. He passes by Endeavor on his way to the waiting room. The man spouts off bullshit about perfection and power and how Izuku better at least make his son look good before losing. Izuku feels his claws slide out as he faces the man, eyes narrowed to slits and fur puffing up. He isn't sure, but he could have sworn one for all raced through his body as he growled, the noise coming out less like a house cat and more like a lion. He doesn't look back at the man as he passes him. He doesn't watch Bakugo and Kirishima's fight. Izuku already knows that Bakugo would win. He'd rather die than lose to someone he thinks is below him, and Izuku hasn't ever seen Bakugo lose in a fight before. He watches all the fights, but he doesn't analyze them like he usually does. He doesn't observe or note details or really do anything except think about how to fight Todoroki. About how to save Todoroki. This is his one chance to try to break through to Todoroki, and Izuku doubts he'll get another chance where Todoroki will listen to him for a long time. Izuku thinks someone came in the room earlier, but he wasn't paying too much attention, and they left pretty soon after coming in. He doesn't know how much time passes, but eventually, a light above the door flickers on. Huh, I wonder how I missed that? It probably means it's time to go. Sure enough, All Might pokes his head through the door, telling Izuku what he already knew. Hopefully I won't F up my arms too badly. Izuku steps out onto the arena, just as nervous as he had been when he fought Shinso. Only this time, the issue isn't about him. It's about the boy directly across from him, who's glaring at everything he sees, his gaze constantly flicking to somewhere overhead in the audience. The boy who looks like he's suppressing a shiver, tiny ice crystals having formed on his right side from his last fight. He's shivering? Something must have happened if he's so vehemently trying not to use his left side that he's been risking hypothermia for what must have been the last hour or so. Izuku barely registers the sound of Midnight's whip hitting the concrete as she yells, "Go!" Body tense and senses focused entirely on Todoroki. He sees the moment Todoroki's right hand moves, and a large glacier of ice follows, crashing out from the ground, but it isn't as big as his earlier glaciers and it leaves Izuku just dashing to the side, avoiding the entire wave. Still, Izuku finds his eyes widening as nearly half of his side of the arena is completely covered by ice. Damn it. I need to finish this up soon before I don't have anywhere left to stand anymore. Todoroki just grunts before sending another wave of ice, and Izuku is forced to send one for all building up in his hand, claws elongating as he swipes out in front of him, sending a shockwave of power forward, crushing the approaching ice. His hand aches with pain, but it doesn't feel like anything is broken yet. Using my claws instead of punching probably allows the energy to spread out more instead of being concentrated. That's good to know. Izuku looks across the stage, watching as Todoroki braces himself against a small wall of ice directly behind him. So I can't just throw him out, or at least, not from this angle. Todoroki shivers fully, almost uncontrollably now. It's barely been a few minutes into the match, but the ice is already creeping around his face, and Izuku has the feeling that he'd be shivering too if it weren't for the large patches of fur that covered his body. "You're shivering, Todoroki-kun." The boy's eyes narrow as Izuku speaks, and he sends another wave of ice forward as Izuku charges both arms with one for all, slashing forward with even more force than before. The ache grows as the ice is demolished before it even gets close to Izuku, sending Todoroki back into his barrier. The ice user just steps forward again, sending another wave of ice that Izuku takes out with another slash of his left arm, and the ache throbs. Izuku doesn't make a noise or show an ounce of difference on his face as a burning wave of pain ebbs its way through his arm. Okay, so I can probably only use that move a few times before the stress ends up breaking the bone. I probably just fractured my arm, which means I can use it in my right arm at least twice before a full break. I'll probably need to switch to breaking my fingers soon. You can't keep this up, Todoroki-kun. You're freezing. You could fix that in an instant. Shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about. I refuse to use my father's power. Todoroki bites back, but his eyes aren't on Izuku as he sends another wave of ice forward, leaving Izuku to dart to the right, clumps of ice clinging to his tail. Frustration comes through Izuku in waves as Todoroki continues to look away, words full of petty pride and hatred. A growl echoes over the arena as Izuku steps forward, eyes predatory and fur sleek. You think you can become number one using just half of your strength? That's not just a FNG joke, it's a goddamned insult. Shut the hell up. Todoroki sends another glacier towards Izuku, but Izuku stops the attack with a flick of his fingers, breaking the forefinger and thumb of his left hand. Izuku takes another step forward as Todoroki glances away again, and keeps moving forward, stalking closer with every glance and distracted attack. "Where are you looking, Todoroki-kun?" The words form in a growl, sharpened teeth bared as Todoroki's head swivels back, eyes wide. More ice is sent, but Izuku ends the attack with a slash of his left arm, breaking the bone in an audible crack. Todoroki's eyes twitch when he hears the noise, and his gaze turns to Izuku's quickly purpling left arm, hanging idly by his side. His mouth opens, but Izuku doesn't let him speak. "Look at yourself. Your ice is getting weaker. You can't keep fighting like this." Izuku screams. Todoroki darts forward, moving to attack now that he's too close to be hurt by the glaciers, but Izuku forces him to keep his distance. "Shut up. I'm not going to use his power." He screams back, eyes full of rage. "That's a load of bullshit. It's never been his power. It's yours, Todoroki. Your power." Todoroki rears back, eyes wide and breath stalling as he backs up. Flickers of flame spark across the left side of his body, the frost covering his skin melting as the air erupts into an inferno. Izuku feels his growl turn into a sharp smile at the sight of the blaze, and it gets wider as Todoroki doesn't extinguish it. Yet how can you be smiling at a time like this? You're crazy, Midoriya, Todoroki says. I can see your eyes, Todoroki. You're smiling too. Todoroki huffs, but the corner of his lips turn up in a sharp smirk as both wordlessly set forth a challenge. The two back up, one for all, racing through Izuku's right arm as fire and ice burst from Todoroki in waves. They race towards each other as walls of concrete burst from the ground, being broken instantly as shock waves of force press in on it from both sides. Light erupts from the stage as steam covers the arena. That was what the hell, man, what even is your class? Present Mick's surprisingly quiet voice floats over the arena. Aizawa grumbles for a second before explaining the sudden wind. Todoroki cooled the air, then superheated it, forcing it to expand. So that's how he made that wind blast. Incredible. But I can't see anything. This sucks. How are we supposed to know who won? The fog slowly clears, but Izuku doesn't have to see to know where he is. Or, at least, where he is in relation to Midnight, who's still standing on her small pedestal. The ringing in his ears isn't helped by Mick's announcements, but he doesn't need sound right now. He's still in the arena, but so is Todoroki. All that matters now is who's still standing, and Izuku has to struggle not to pass out. Both arms throb in pain, but his right arm hurts even more. He must have used more power than he thought in that last swing, and with the amount of stress fractures that he no doubt built up on the bone, Izuku doesn't doubt that he isn't going to get out of this fight without consequences. He sways where he's standing as the sight of Todoroki standing, uniform almost blasted completely off, but Izuku can see he's mostly unharmed. Dark spots filled his vision as his sense of balance was lost, falling backward, allowing a final glimpse of cloudless skies. Damn it. So I've lost, huh? Izuku crumples to the floor, unconscious before he even hits the ground.